Chapter 51. 51. This tool person is afraid to be useless. Lu Chaoga's big hand gently caressed Lu Dongli's hair, and finally gently tugged at her soft little ears. When he was pulling, Lu Dongli turned back suddenly, his expression bulging. Looking at the angry expression of his sister, Lu Chaoga's mind instantly came up with a very dog idea. Would you like to pinch your face as well? Although you have grown up, you still have a little girl's baby fat. I see such a small face in the anime, and your mouth can be puffed up. Pinch, beep, it feels great. He just wasn't bitten by his sister. Of course, he still didn't do it in the end, because he was an adult after all, and he wanted to save some face for her. Touch the little girl's head, don't worry about everything. I touched my head today, and you are still not satisfied and want to pinch your face. If you really pinch your face, what will you do next? Lu Chaoga withdrew his big hand and sat on the roof with Xiaolizi, looking at the gradually darkening sky. The sky in the profound sky realm is different from that on Earth, and countless shining stars can still be seen here. In the small county town, the candles were lit, and the sight of thousands of lights in front of them was quite different. The two brothers and sisters sat like this, chatting about childhood, embarrassment from time to time, and then thinking about their deceased parents together. As the night got darker, Lu Chaoga lightly bumped Lu Dongli's shoulder with his shoulder and said, "Go down, it's time to go back to the house and sleep." Yeah. Lu Dongli nodded obediently, and the brother and sister walked into the house together. It was a quiet night. The annual winter solstice has passed peacefully. And Lu Chaoga knew very well that next year's winter solstice might not be so peaceful. On the way back to the mountain, Lu Chaoga said to Lu Dongli, "Little pair, next year's winter solstice, you and Wei Wei brother will go somewhere. What are you going to do?" Lu Dongli asked immediately. She has always been more repulsive when it comes to traveling. In her opinion, there is nothing more secure than living on the Danqing Peak. The outside world is too dangerous. After you become a great practitioner, you can go out a few times properly, but not too often, and it is best not to go too far. Lu Chaoga glanced at her. He must have figured out his sister's temperament. With a crooked smile, he said casually, "Take you to kill." It stands to reason that Lu Dongli will definitely be more repulsive when he hears such activities. What if it was counter-killed? But since Lu Chaoga mentioned it, and he was going to kill people on his birthday next year, the kind of person who should be the kind of person that brother and sister hate the most. Lu Dongli looked at the tall figure in front of her eyes, and said calmly, "Okay." On the other hand, Chen Xiao was very depressed. He wanted to resign yesterday, but he really couldn't find the figure of the head of the road. "I seem to be forgotten," Chen Xiao said in his heart. Although he also wanted to spend a few more days with Lu Chaoga, he couldn't wait to think that after returning to the sect, he would be able to use the shared secrets to get closer to senior brother Yu Yu and improve their friendship. This man is in a hurry. Today, his admiration for Lu Chaoga is indeed infinitely close to Yu Yu, but Lu Chaoga is half an outsider after all, and senior brother Yu Yu is the same class. The one who listened to the head of Lu outside, and the one who listened to senior brother Yu Yu, was the greatest realization of the toolman Chen Xiao. At the same time, after thinking hard for the past 2 days, he realized the deep meaning of senior brother Yu Yu. In his opinion, senior brother Yu Yu hyped up the mysterious senior brother threat theory in Jianzhong because he was afraid? Of course not. According to his understanding, in many cases, geniuses are heroes who cherish heroes, and there will be a feeling of cherishing each other when they meet. Brother Yu Yu and sect leader Lu must be the same. Certainly not a relationship of fear. So, what is the deep meaning of senior brother Yu often talking about, the mysterious senior brother threat theory? Chen Xiao felt that it was an inspiration. As a future leader in Kendo, senior brother Yu has already taken on his own responsibility and is spurring those around him. I, Chen Xiao, want to join in. He felt that this incident involved two arrogant swordsmen, and it must be a classic past when it was mentioned many years later. Put a foot in it and make a name for yourself in this story. He even wanted to be the emotional catalyst between Lu Chaoge and Yu. Of course, the true identity of the head of the road must not be revealed for the time being. The strong often need a layer of mystery. With such thoughts in mind, Chen Xiao was waiting for Lu Chaoge to return to the mountain. For this reason, he specially visited Luo Bing, a woman as pure as icebergs and snow lotuses in his eyes, and asked where the head of Lu was going. It's just that although Luo Bing treated him politely, he also felt a sense of distance. Only when talking about the head of the road would his eyes light up like a deer, and his words would instantly increase. Chen Xiao realized it again, and his whole person lost color in an instant. But he was convinced. It didn't take long for the two to see the Lu brothers and sisters returning to the sect, and immediately greeted them. After learning that Chen Xiao was going to leave, Lu Chaoge nodded slightly and said without courtesy that he would stay for a few more days, because when Chen Xiao was not a tool person and was an independent person, it was really annoying. When he was leaving, Chen Xiao also tentatively said, Master Lu, do you need me to say hello to Elder Ning and senior brother Yu on your behalf? Lu Chaoge raised his eyebrows and looked at him, but he couldn't see his anger. When Chen Xiao said this, he was a little nervous. Although he was sure about whether Lu Chaoge was a mysterious senior brother, it was all speculation based on clues. It was rude to try this now, but he couldn't help it. It's just that I regretted it after saying that, for fear of exhausting the goodwill accumulated over the past few days. Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com. No way, this mouth is faster than the brain, the mouth runs ahead, the brain chases behind, and often can't catch up. Lu Chaoge glanced at him and finally said, say hello to Aunt Ning for me. He didn't mention Yu. In his opinion, how could the elder brother greet the younger brother? But he did not deny that he knew Yu. Chen Xiao heard the words, heaved a sigh of relief, and nodded solemnly. Identity is confirmed. Lu Chaoge looked at Chen Xiao, who was leaving with Yu Jian, and felt that it was not a person who flew out, but a flyer of his own. Today, Mo Min's reputation value is still a long way from the 1,000 mark. It is estimated that it will take a short period of time to break the 1,000. And if you want to increase your reputation, what place is more suitable than the first sect in Qingzhou, one of the 4 major sects in the world, the Sword Sect? Therefore, although Chen Xiao was rude just now, Lu Chaoge didn't bother. This seat is generous. Xiao Chen, don't let this seat down. Lu Chaoge said lightly in his heart. Time went by for 7 days in this way, and Lu Chaoge's expected reputation value skyrocketed, but it didn't happen. It's been 7 days, and it hasn't flown back to Jianzhong yet? Where did this tool man go to pretend to be forceful? Lu Chaoge thought. Half a month later, the reputation value is still fast. TSK, it's been so many days since the sex mission has been completed, and if you don't go back to make assignments, the quality education of this sect's disciples still needs to be improved. After a month, the RP even stopped. Lu Chaoge put his hands behind his back, looked up at the sky, and muttered to himself. Xiao Chen, next time we meet, this seat will knock your head crooked. Chapter 52. 52, Rhythm. Qingzhou, Sword Sect. Jianzhong is located in the center of Qingzhou, and there are 7 Jianshan mountains. As the #1 faction in Qingzhou, after the sand sculpture players arrived, Sword Sect was a division that everyone wanted to join. In the previous life, Lu Chaoga also had the dream of joining the Sword Sect. For no other reason, he just thought it was cool to practice swordsmanship. It's just that by chance, I learned guns out of nowhere. Gradually, he found that the spear in his hand also felt very good. The real man is the one who plays with double guns. However, occasionally seeing someone holding a 3-footed Qingfeng would still be a little regretful. Unexpectedly, in this life, he has become the son of the head of the sect of the Sword Sect, and he is barely half a member of the Sword Sect. It is worth mentioning that Lu Chaoga's previous teacher's sect was actually not bad. It was Chuanqiu Mountain, which was as famous as Sword Sect, and belonged to one of the 4 major sects in the world. Spring and Autumn Mountain is not like Jianzhong. There is no sword cultivator in Ishui who does not practice swords. In Spring and Autumn Mountain, there are all kinds of training, but the proportion of gun training is relatively high. About 40% are gun cultivators. The master of Lu Chaoga's previous life was a female spear cultivator, and she was a deacon in the Spring and Autumn Mountains, only 1 level lower than the elders, and her cultivation base was also above the 5th realm, so she was a great cultivator. So, strictly speaking, he didn't become a spear repairer by chance, but because this master looks a little good. Closer to home, our flyer, Chen Xiao, who had high hopes by Lu Chaoga, actually couldn't wait to return to the sect after leaving Momin, and there was no delay in the journey. It's just that he didn't work. At this moment, in the martial arts field somewhere in Jianzhong, Chen Xiao was slashed by Yu Yu's sword, with an expression of admiration on his face, and said, "Senior brother Yu Yu, your cultivation has improved again." Listening to Chen Zhao's praise, Yu Yu's face did not reveal the slightest look of ease. Lu Chaoga gave him a lot of pressure, and at the same time, it also gave him a lot of motivation. Chen Xiao stood up, walked towards Yu Yu, and said, "Brother, did you think of the head of the road again?" Yu Yu nodded and did not deny it. Chen Xiao recently discovered that as long as he can't chat with Yu Yu Aga, he will be done talking about Lu Chaoga. This is his recent chat tips. Yu Yu glanced at Chen Xiao, put away her natal sword, first encounter, and asked, "You told me yesterday that senior brother Chaoga deliberately hid his cultivation in front of you, so you can't see through him?" Chen Xiao nodded. In order to find a topic, he told Yu Yu about the scene when he and Lu Chaoga first met. Every time the head of the road said a word, his cultivation level rose by 1 level, and after 2 sentences, his aura changed from the 1st realm, 5th level, to the 7th level. Chen Xiao talked eloquently. Yu Yu heard the words, her index finger trembled slightly, her lips moved slightly, but she didn't say anything. He couldn't help but recall that day, when Lu Chaoga drank a mouthful of the spiritual spring, he broke through a realm, and 5 mouthfuls of the spiritual spring broke through the 5 small realms. Chen Xiao looked at Yu Yu and asked curiously, "Senior brother, do you know the real realm of the head of the road? Is it the 3rd realm?" Yu Yu shook her head without saying a word. She didn't know how to tell Chen Xiao for a while. At the same time, he felt more pressure. Too fast, this man, he is too fast. In just a few days of work, he has changed from the 1st realm to the 7th level heaven. No, it should be Bazongtian, because Chen Xiao said that Lu Chaoga loosened another layer of imprisonment when he was fighting against alien beasts. Yu Yu has always broken through the border very quickly, but she is not as exaggerated as Lu Chaoga. At his speed, it won't be long before he can catch up with me in realm. Yu was both nervous and looking forward to this. However, he was also terrified. In his opinion, if Lu Chaoge really catches up with him one day, he will surely throw himself away soon. At that time, like in childhood, I will not even be able to chase after his back, let alone walk side by side with him on the road of Kendo. No. No. It can't be like this. Yu suddenly said, and her voice was a little louder. Chen Xiao, who was standing opposite him, was taken aback for a moment. Senior brother Yu, are you okay? He couldn't help asking. Junior brother Chen, don't let it go. I have a realization in my heart that I need to retreat for a period of time. Yu said, and left the martial arts field without stopping, leaving Chen Xiao alone in the wind. Wu Xiao's sword body is really enviable, you can realize it once at every turn. Chen Xiao sighed as he flew towards the mountain where his master was. In another half an hour, it will be his master, the second elder of Jianzong's teaching time. At this time, the brothers and sisters will be waiting in advance, which is a good time for him to spread the mysterious brother threat theory. During this period of time, no matter how the brothers and sisters begged him, even if the beautiful junior sister acted coquettishly at him, he never revealed any specific information about Lu Chaoge. Mystery, there must be a sense of mystery. Chen Xiao was proud. I, Chen Xiao, won't say anything if I die. This is a secret that only senior brother Yu and I know, hee. Qingzhou, Momin. As time passed, Chen Xiao had died in Lu Chaoge's heart. This person no longer exists. Things like pretending to force really need to be done personally, which is Lu Chaoge's biggest recent insight. Outside the bamboo house, Lu Chaoge was lying on a chaise longue, basking in the sun lazily. It's spring now. He opened the system interface and checked the time. There were still 212 days before the internal test of Profound Sky Realm, which was still early. Of course, there seems to be plenty of time, but in fact, Lu Chaoge still has a lot of preparations to do. Since he is the head of the Mo sect, in his opinion, the route that he, the Son of Heaven's chosen, will take is the legendary one, the development of the sect. Sand sculpture players, in some respects, are even easier to use than the natives of the Profound Sky Realm. Especially those high play, as well as professional players. But today's Momin is only a 9th rank sect, and there is still a long way to go before it is promoted to 8th rank. It is really difficult to attract such players. Compare my heart to my heart, if it was me in my previous life, I would definitely not even look at Momin. Lu Chaoge thought in his heart, he was very hard on his own behavior. As soon as he thought about it, he thought of Chuanqiu Mountain, his teacher in his previous life, and his cold-faced master. I don't know if there is a chance to meet him in this life? Lu Chaoge smiled crookedly. To her, Lu Chaoge was a stranger. As far as Lu Chaoge is concerned, she has already figured it out. Such an encounter would be very interesting to him. Sigh, how much of my hard work was wasted by brushing her such high favorability in my previous life. Lu Chaoge regretted this. As I said before, in the Profound Sky Realm, Jockey Jinzu is the norm and is very popular. Lu Chaoge didn't have many such thoughts, but he felt that it was very fulfilling to brush his favorability. Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com. If I have the chance, I would like to go to the spring and autumn mountains. He lay on the reclining chair, looking at the clouds in the sky. Today's Momin, as always, is deserted. With such a large Danqing peak, there are only so few people living there, so it is strange that it is not deserted. Lu Chaoge himself had accepted such a disciple as hiding. Although Lu Dongli had 7 disciples apart from Xiaoqiu and Luo Bing, they were not on the mountain and went down the mountain to practice This is because most of these disciples are about to reach the consummation of the initial stage, and walking down the mountain is beneficial to their cultivation, and the second is because this is more economical. Cultivation focuses on wealth, law, companionship, and land. Although this statement may not be entirely correct, it certainly has some truth. Although compared to the number of disciples in the sect, Momin's resources are abundant and generally enough, but the talents of Momin's disciples are not bad, so it is more expensive. Waste materials are the most economical, because they cannot be absorbed by resources, and the digestion cycle is relatively long. And the talent is high, it is really unaffordable. It's been several months, and I'm surprised that one hasn't come back. If it weren't for the system list, the names of these people in the column of sect members were all black, and they didn't turn into gray representing death. Lu Chaoga would have it is suspected that these self-raised cabbage and melon seeds died on the way. At this moment, the ancient bell outside Momin Mountain suddenly rang. Something happened? Lu Chaoga raised his brows and was overjoyed. After several chapters, Lord Lu, who did not pretend to be serious, finally raised his eyebrows and felt that he was going to return to his rhythm. P.S. It's been a long time since I asked for a recommendation vote. It seems that I won't vote if I don't ask you. The recommendation votes for the new book issue are very important. Everyone should develop a habit. Chapter 53. 53, Wanmin Bell. In front of the mountain gate of Momin, an ancient bell made bursts of bells. The name of this bell is Wanmin Bell, which has been placed in front of the mountain gate since Momin established its sect here. The same bell, in the entire Qingzhou area, has a total of 301, which are located at the gate of the sword sect and its 300 subordinate sections. The cost of each bell is not low. It was personally refined by the ninth sword master of Jianzhong. For thousands of years, it has no need for spiritual power and has its own function, just like the Yongdongji hidden in it. Its effect is very simple. If there is an accident in the mortal world, just ignite a fine incense that attracts the breath of the Wanmin bell, and the bell will ring by itself. Well, the Xianxia version called the police. As I said earlier, in the profound sky realm, the cultivation sects stand in the world, enjoy the offerings of mortals, and occupy the best resources, so they have the duty to protect one side. Jianzhong attaches great importance to this aspect, so it refines the Wanmin bell to make the protection more efficient. Although the forest is big and there are all kinds of birds, there are 300 subordinate sects. Not all sects will take the Wanmin bell seriously, but since the Momin established their sect here, as long as the Wanmin bell rings, it's been 1,000 years since I turned a deaf ear. Facts have proved that God does not necessarily take special care of good people, and Momin shoulders responsibilities, but gradually declines in these 1,000 years. However, in this radius of 100 miles, mortals always have respect for Momin, even if they know that this once strong sect is not as good as before. But they will still tell the story of Momin protecting this place for thousands of years. Future generations listen. It's a pity that the reputation accumulated by the ancestors, the dog system, is not counted in the reputation value. The statistics of prestige points were calculated after Lu Chaoga took over the position of the head, and only those newly created reputations were counted. In this regard, Lu Chaoga, who thinks that he is the son of heaven, doesn't care and doesn't care. It's just a little more difficult. Counseling people's eyes are full of ridges, and there are no ravines in front of the tiger. It's trivial. After the Wanmin bell sounded, everyone in the Momin except Xiaoqiu flew to the bell. Lu Chaoga raised his left hand and gently placed it on the bell, and the bell stopped beeping. Sect Master, do you want Luo Bing to go down the mountain to see the situation? Luo Bing took the initiative to ask Ying, wanting to help with errands. Young Master, please use Luo Bing to the fullest. In fact, for those major sects, when the bell rings, it is indeed handled by the disciples going down the mountain, and it can be regarded as a kind of experience. Some of the high-level leaders of the sect have daily management of all kinds of opportunities, some daily management of 10,000 chickens, and some daily management of 10,000 foundations. Naturally, they cannot do everything by themselves. However, Momin does not have this condition, and the disciples have not yet developed. In case of going down the mountain to deliver vegetables, Momin will not even have 10 members of the establishment. Lu Chaoga, who didn't pretend to be serious in several chapters, finally returned to his own rhythm, waved his hand, and said, "It's okay, I will go down the mountain in person." Luo Bing nodded obediently, and then immediately said, "The disciple is willing to go down the mountain with the master and uncle." Lu Dongli. Evil. Hiding, the eldest disciple of Momin, who was waiting on the side, still had no sense of existence, as if there was no such person in Momin at all, and Lu Chaoga also confiscated this disciple at all. He is always so silent, he doesn't like to be pushy, and he won't brush his presence in front of his elders. It stands to reason that he is Lu Chaoga's disciple and should be followed by him, but if the junior sister wants to go, he will let him. He will always serve silently by the side, and bear all the dirty work alone. The worst thing is, because he is so inexistent, you may not even notice what he did. It is such a simple, honest and transparent person who is obviously very dark. But it was said by the half-blind old man that it was a deep-rooted devil, and it would lead to the loss of life in the future, which is also a wonderful work. Lu Chaoga glanced at Luo Bing. It didn't matter if she wanted to follow. He took out a light boat and said, "It's not too late, I'm afraid things will change, then you can come with me." After the two boarded a light boat, Lu Chao Singer began to feel the burning incense. Fog River? He raised his eyebrows. Wuha is a certain distance from Momin. There are 3 Xiaobamen within a radius of 100 miles. Wuha is located in the outermost sphere of Momin's sphere of influence. The river is very foggy in the early mornings all year round, which is very magical, hence the name. Young Master, is it Wuha again? When no one was around, Luo Bing changed his name and called him Young Master again. In front of Lu Dongli, she didn't dare to shout like that, for fear of being punished. Born from a humble background, she never thought about what kind of status she wanted, never thought about being the wife of the head, let alone riding on the head of the master and becoming the master's sister-in-law. But she could sense that the master seemed to have great hostility towards women who wanted to approach the sun. But in Luo Bing's view, how could there be no woman approaching with the sun's celestial appearance? Since it can't be finished, why not join? Anyway, she is not ambitious and has a small appetite, she just wants to be one of them. Closer to home, Momin's Wanmin bell last rang half a year ago. Coincidentally, the place where the incense was burned last time was also Wuha. A light boat flew by at the fastest speed and finally came to the bank of the Wuha River. It is almost noon now, and the fog has long disappeared on the foggy river. The fog on the foggy river will dissipate within half an hour after the sun rises, and it has always been the case. Therefore, the Wuha River is not actually dangerous. On the contrary, the fish here are surprisingly plump, the meat is very good, and the fish soup boiled is particularly white. Many people live on this river. At this moment, many people gathered by the Wuha River, most of them were fishermen. Holding a half of the incense is the head of the nearby fishing village, and he keeps all the incense in this village. The practitioners are here. The Momin practitioners are here. Many people exclaimed. After seeing Yi Qingzhou landing, the crowd spontaneously cleared a path. Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com. They were all in awe of the practitioners, so they didn't dare to look directly at them, they only dared to glance secretly from the corner of their eyes. Among these people, a few people have seen Lu Chaoge before, but some of them have never seen it before. They just feel that this cultivator completely conforms to all their imaginations about cultivators in their hearts. Such appearances are said to be exiled from the world, and they also believe it. As for Luo Bing, beside Lu Chaoge, her pure and clean appearance was like a saint under the throne of Lu Xianxian, which could not be blasphemed. Lu Chaoge walked to the old village chief, looked at the old village chief who was about to salute, raised his palm slightly, and a gentle force supported the old man. In this world, like the earth, there are also many bad old men. It is just like that sentence. It is not the old people who have become bad, but the bad people who have become old. But the old village chief of the fishing village was different. He was highly respected, and Lu Chaoge had heard of him. The old man has seen the head of the road, the old village chief said. As soon as this statement came out, the people around were startled. It was actually the head of Momin. Lu Chaoge nodded, bent down slightly, so that he could look at the hunchbacked old village chief, and then said, "Old village chief, what happened?" The old man pointed to Wuha, and his voice trembled slightly, "Master Lu, it's a water ghost, and the water ghost is here again." Hearing this, Lu Chaoge raised his left eyebrow sharply. A water ghost again? This is impossible. Lu Chaoge thought in his heart. Luo Bing watched from the side. With what she knew about Lu Chaoge, she knew that young master's mood at the moment might not be very good. And Lu Chaoge's ear also sounded a system prompt. Ding! You have triggered the mission. Click here for details. Chapter 54. 54, Personal Design. Without any hesitation, Lu Chaoge received the task directly and chose to view the details of the task. Sure enough, it's a water ghost. Lu Chaoge's eyes were cold. Mission name, Water Ghost in the Fog River. Mission content, get rid of the water ghosts lurking in the depths of the Wuha River. Mission reward, 10,000 experience points. After confirming that it was the water ghost, Lu Chaoge's mood was a little bad. As early as half a year ago, the old village chief ignited the incense of Wan Min, suspecting that there were water ghosts in Hanoi, and asked the practitioners to go down the mountain to destroy the ghosts. At that time, Lu Dongli was in retreat, which was a critical moment. Lu Chaoge also went out because of business, not in the door. After hiding and Luo Bing negotiated, they made up their own minds and spent some spirit stones to ask for help from the Zongbeiman that also belonged to the Qinglongquan area. Half a year ago, Hiding and Luo Bing were still in their initial stage of great perfection, let alone exterminating ghosts. The foggy river was so deep that they couldn't even dive into the bottom of the river. The difference between the first realm and the first realm is not just as simple as being able to fly. When Lu Chaoge learned about this after returning to the mountain, not only did he not blame, but also greatly praised the two of them. He didn't feel that the two of them did something wrong, and he wouldn't feel sorry for Lingshur. This place, we ink the door cover. Then cover it up. And human life is at stake, the sooner the problem is solved, the better. But he didn't expect that this disciple of Zongbeiman has received the money, and the people have come, and they have not dealt with this water. Ghost? It's a trap on the head of this seat? Lu Chaoge raised his left eyebrow, his face darkening. The road is narrow, little brother. He was almost certain that the water ghost that was in trouble now was the one from before. Because in the profound sky realm, it does not mean that after a person dies, he can turn into a ghost if he has a lot of resentment. How can a mere single person's remnants condense a powerful ghost? Water ghosts are the product of accumulation over the years. Many people fell into the river and died, and their resentment gathered together. In the past 6 months, Wuha has never died, and there is no reason to produce new water ghosts. It would be unreasonable to say that there was more than one water ghost here before, and that the disciple only killed one. Water ghosts devour and merge with each other, and it is unlikely that two ghosts will coexist in a certain area. Therefore, either the disciple of Zongbeiman just came and went for a perfunctory wave, or something was wrong in this river. Old village chief, are there any casualties? Lu Chaoge asked. The old village chief nodded and said, Wang Mozi's father died. When he went out to fish, he said that he would bring a candied haws to Wang Mozi when he came back. The little baby was greedy for a long time, alas. When Lu Chaoge heard the words, his mood became worse and worse. As for other details, Lu Chaoge didn't ask. People killed by water ghosts lose their energy and turn into shriveled corpses, which will soon float to the surface. I think it was the Wanmin incense that the old village chief ordered after being discovered. Lu Chaoge waved his sleeves and said solemnly, You guys are all spread out. Don't get too close to the river. When everyone heard the words, they retreated one after another, and then looked at Lu Chaoge expectantly. This is the head of the dignified Momin. We should be able to open our eyes today, right? Luo Bing, you stay here. Lu Chaoge turned his head and said. Disciple takes orders. Luo Bing saluted, with a very respectful attitude, giving Lu Chaoge enough to line up. Of course, she was disappointed in her heart. I really want to go into the water with your son. Luo Bing thought. This rounding up, even if the mandarin ducks are playing in the water. Lu Chaoge nodded slightly, put his hands behind his back, and lightly tipped his toes, and the whole person floated towards the Wuha River. He descended slowly, and as he descended, the surrounding water rippled, and the smooth water surface gradually sank. It was as if there was an invisible force separating the water, and he couldn't get close to him. The villagers' eyes lit up, and they all exclaimed, as expected of the head. The disciple of Zongbeiman, who came to do business last time, even if you look at people with your nostrils, the method is not as good as the head of Lu. Under the foggy river, Lu Chaoge kept sinking, the power of water was running aside, and the consciousness was positioning. Front left. Lu Chaoge moved. Not too late, appeared in his hand, and a sword chi slashed out, and there was no obstacle in the water. On the contrary, it carried the rolling water and flew forward. If a normal sword cultivator uses a sword in the water, it will definitely be affected to some extent. But Lu Chaoge, who has the power of water, is different. He can exert greater combat power here. Ding! You have found the target, the water ghost. Water ghost, transformed by resentment, after half a year of dormancy, ghost. Energy is strong. Level 20. Sure enough, I didn't solve it last time. Lu Chaoge's eyes narrowed. The water ghost is the lowest level of ghosts, and the level 20 water ghost is considered to be very strong in its kind. But in front of Lu Chaoge, at this moment, nothing. After the water ghost blocked the first sword chi, Lu Chaoge didn't hold back. anymore. The sword intent and the power of water followed, and he waved a sword energy. Again. The next moment, everyone by the Wuha River only saw that the calm lake surface began to produce bursts of water. A dark and ferocious phantom was knocked away by the sword energy and rushed out of the water. A figure wearing a cyan robe slowly floated out, and then stood still on the water. His feet landed on the misty river, and there were not even ripples. Not too late, being held by Lu Chaoga with one hand behind him, he raised his right hand, put his index finger and middle finger together, put it in front of his nose and lips, and said coldly, "Dismiss." In an instant, the ink-colored sword intent fluttering in the air swept through the water ghost's body, and the phantom screamed mournfully, then turned into wisps of black energy, and dissipated cleanly. When the villagers came back to their senses, there were still Lu Chaoga and Luo Bing. Ding. You have completed the task, do you want to receive the reward? Ding. You have been rewarded with 10,000 experience points. The system prompt sounded in Lu Chaoga's ear, and the quest reward had arrived. It's just that the task is done, but it's not over yet. Luo Bing, I'm asking you, who was the Zongbeiman you asked for help last time? Lu Chaoga said lightly. Watermoon Gate. Luo Bing replied. Shuiyuman belongs to the tail of the crane in Zongbeiman, but from the name of the sect, it can be seen that this sect specializes in water swordsmanship, and it is most suitable to go to the river to deal with water ghosts, so Luo Bing and He Ting chose Shuiyuman to ask for help. Luo Bing could see that Lu Chaoga was in a very bad mood. If it was a previous life, before doing this kind of task, you read www. The background of the sonicmtl.com task is that the water ghost killed people. Lu Chaoga's heart will be calm, his eyes will swept away, and he will not look carefully at the details of the task. Because for him it is not people who die, but a mass of data. But now it's different, totally different. Young master, are we going to go to Shuiyuman now? Luo Bing asked. Lu Chaoga nodded and said, I definitely want to go, but there is one more thing to do. Foggy River, fishing village. A woman was washing rice. Halfway through, she stopped and was a little dazed. After a few seconds, she continued washing rice. Just yesterday, she died a man and became a widow. On the table, there is a new garment that has not yet been sewn. It's white. How many times I've said it, don't rely on your good water skills, and tell you to be careful when fishing. The woman's hand to wash rice gradually tightened, as if venting. After exerting force, he lost his mind and said, if I knew it earlier, I would hurry up and sew it up earlier. For the huge Qinglong River area, only a small fisherman died. But for a family, it is the husband, the father, and the pillar of the family who dies. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. The little boy who was playing with the wooden sword trotted to open the door. He is a little dark, has a big head, and has a lot of moles on his face, which is not good looking. This kid, dubbed Wang Mozi, is still young, he doesn't understand death very well, and he even thinks that his father's words don't count. The little boy pushed open the wooden door and poked out. No one is outside the house. There was a bright red, sweet and sour rock candied haws stuck on the ground. Chapter 55. 55, Shinshan Gate. Fishing Village, Hideaway. Young master, this child doesn't seem to have the potential for cultivation. Luo Bing said to Lu Chaoga. The little boy who was dubbed Wang Mozi by the villagers had poor roots and was not qualified to practice cultivation. If you want to embark on the path of cultivation in the future, 80% of them will have to follow the legendary waste material flow. And there must be a great fortune, so that he has the conditions to bring qi into the body, and change his life against the sky. It depends on his fortune. Lu Chaoga hid in the dark, glanced at the big-headed boy who pulled out the candied house from the ground, and then looked around, smiled, and said, I feel that this child has a deep blessing. What will the future look like, for the time being? Maybe. He just threw a detection on the little boy and saw some of his basic attributes. Since Lu Chaoga is the head of the sword cultivator sect, and he is also a sword cultivator, when he looks at a person's attribute data, in addition to the attributes that can be viewed such as root bone and chance, he can only look up an additional kendo qualification. That is to say, he does not have access rights for things like spear path qualification, knife path qualification, etc. He took a look just now, and the child's root bone and kendo qualification are extremely low, especially root bone. But this child's opportunity is the same as Xiaoqiu, which is also 9 o'clock. This shows that this is a lucky child with a big chance. He can't enter the gate of the cultivation world now, and it will be difficult to talk about it in the future. Of course, this is only the inherent thinking of practitioners. Lu Chaoga will not think so. In his opinion, everyone is different, and it is not necessarily the best choice and the greatest blessing to enter the practice. These all vary from person to person. Since the young master has said so, it will not be easy to think of this child. Luo Bing said with a smile. Anyway, no matter what Lu Chaoga said, she believed it. This is the case with the little licking dog. He may even help to count the money when he is sold. After counting, he will sigh that the sale is good. He can earn so much. Happy. Lu Chaoga glanced at the big-headed boy again, took out a light boat from his ink ring, and said to Luo Bing, let's go. Shui Yuman, he must go there. After the two boarded a light boat, they flew in the direction of Shui Yuman. Luo Bing looked at Lu Chaoga's back and said in his heart, actually, although the young master behaves in a maverick manner, he is a gentle person in his bones. In fact, everyone in Momin thinks this way. Of course, the above remarks only represent the views of the Momin people. The entire King Longquan area is very large, but the Shuiyumen is not too far from the Momin. During the flight, Lu Chaoga also triggered the system task. Ding, you have triggered the master's quest, rules, do you want to receive it? With curiosity, Lu Chaoga accepted the task. Shuiyumen disciple Meng Feng, after receiving the Momin Spirit Stone, he perfunctory failed to kill the water ghost as promised and failed to perform the duty of Wanmansong. As the head of Momin and the protector of Wuha, you need to let him understand the majesty of Momin and the rules of the practice world. Let's make a scene, my lord. After Lu Chaoga read the details of the randomly triggered Sherman quest, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he said in his heart, that's what I mean. The quest system mechanism of Tiangshuanji has many routines, and this kind of sudden triggering of quests is also very common. But this type of task is usually a selective task, you can choose to do it, or you can choose not to do it, the player still has the right to choose. Unlike some divisions and main story missions, which are mandatory, if they cannot be completed, they will be subject to certain restrictions or penalties. Of course, the mandatory tasks are relatively few, and the rewards are relatively generous, otherwise many players will be uncomfortable. After Lu Chaoga looked at the quest reward, he couldn't help but nodded slightly. After completing the task, you can get 20,000 experience points and additional prestige rewards. Now, Momin's reputation value is stuck at 900 points, increasing the turtle speed. Lu Chaoga is still very eager for prestige points, which is related to the ranks of the Momin, and also related to the level upgrade of the sect, as well as his sect main quest, strengthen the Momin. Because this task is very special, it is very general, and no specific instructions are given, indicating that it is a task with high flexibility. The system will give a final rating based on what you have done, and then give additional prestige points, rewards based on this rating. Out of 100 points, you can get 100 reputation points. Of course, what you do in the process of the task, if you can make the reputation of Momin, you can also increase the reputation value. The system rewards extra points, and the two will not overlap. This kind of task is Lu Chaoga's favorite. In his view, this kind of task is interesting. I like challenges. Lu Chaoga smiled crookedly. A mediocre task, boring to do. What's more, even if there is no task, he will not choose to settle down. After all, this seat is a real devil. Watermoon Gate, Chanwan Mountain. When Lu Chaoga heard the word Watermoon, the first thing that came to his mind was the TV series Shuyu Dongshin with a long history. He is a film and television archaeologist. In his era, there were many people like him who were keen to watch the works of the 21st century and even the 20th century, and could watch them with relish. Of course, Shuiyumen has nothing to do with Shuyu Dongshin, and they will not be practicing dragon magic. Shuiyumen is a real sword cultivation sect, ranking 98 in the Zongbeimen. For Jianzong and hundreds of doors, Shuiyumen is a younger brother. But for Xiaobeimen, Shuiyumen is a cauldron. The sword cultivators of Shuiyumen are majoring in water-based swordsmanship. Because their grandfather once watched the sea and realized the Tao, which can be regarded as a beautiful talk in the cultivation world. It's just that this sect is now sloppy and chaotic. The head of the Shuiyue sect has been in seclusion all the year round. Because his lifespan is approaching, he is eager to break through, and he is already the master of the house. Several elders are not submissive to each other, and everyone wants to be the master of the house, which has led to the poor atmosphere in the Doran. Recent years, and open and secret fights will be staged every once in a while. Power struggles are also normal. For a sect, door style is still very important. Some sects are happy, and some sects are full of filth behind their backs. In front of the mountain gate of Shuiyumen, two uninvited guests appeared. Today, a light boat slowly fell from the mountain gate, and the figures of a man and a woman appeared. The man's figure is tall and straight, with sword eyebrows and star eyes. Temperament. I don't know how to describe it. The woman looks immature and pure, and she wears a white dress like an iceberg. Snow Lotus. Judging from their appearance alone, the two of them are worthy of the four characters of Immortal companions. Shuiyumen as the Zongbeimen, the number of disciples under the sect is many times that of Momin. At this moment, there are also disciples stationed at the mountain gate. Seeing the sudden appearance of two strange practitioners, the four stationed disciples immediately stepped forward. The leading man was first shaken by the appearance of the two of them, then remembered his responsibilities, and said in a deep voice, "I dare to ask who the two are." From Hazong, "What is the matter with my Shuiyumen?" Formatted 3 consecutive questions, nothing new. Lu Chaoga glanced at the four of them and lost a detection, one by one. According to the name feedback, the Meng Feng he was looking for was not among the four who were too lazy to name them. Lu Chaoga ignored the four and walked straight forward. "Your Excellency, stay. Your Excellency is going to break into my Shuiyumen privately." The voices sounded one after another, but Lu Chaoga ignored them. Soon, he came to a place. That is the Wanmin Bell standing in front of the Shuiyumen mountain gate. Lu Chaoga said nothing, then flicked his fingers, and a sword chi flew out from his fingertips. The sword energy directly hit the Wanmin bell in the Watermoon Gate. A loud bell exploded like thunder, resounding through the entire Shuiyumen. And everyone could hear it clearly. The sound shook the mountain gate. Chapter 56. 56. Raise price. The sound of Wanmin bell is inherently loud. It is made by special techniques. And its sound effect can revolve around the mountain gate for a long time, and it will not be scattered for a long time. Lu Chaoga's hand undoubtedly stunned the station disciples. What is he doing? He actually dared to hit the Wanmin bell with the sword energy of his fingertips. Does this person know how the word fear is written? Does this man know the meaning of the Wanmin bell, or what it represents? Bold. The station disciples said one after another, and then gathered around. The four raised their hands, and the long sword fell into their hands. Instantly, Lu Chaoga glanced at them indifferently, and it was this indifferent look that made the four of them dare not act rashly. Because, this man doesn't look like a fool. Then, he either has something to rely on, has a special status, and has a noble birth, or, he is a lunatic. The leading station disciple spoke again and said, I'll ask your excellency. Again, who is your excellency, from which sect, and why did you come to my Shuiyumen? Lu Chaoga didn't answer, instead, a fingertip sword energy popped out again, causing the Wanmin bell to resound through the entire Shuiyumen again. Presumptuous. The four station disciples couldn't bear it any longer. Looking at the vibrating Wanmin bell, Lu Chaoga said lightly, the Wanmin bell rang, but no one came right away? The four station disciples were slightly taken aback when they heard the words. Could it be, is the law enforcement disciple of the legendary sword sect? There is a law enforcement hall in Jianzhong. At the same time, there are also a group of law enforcement disciples under the law enforcement elders who occasionally come to inspect the 300 subordinate sects with great power. Their feedback on Jianzhong is likely to directly affect the resource allocation of Jianzhong to its subordinate sects in the next 10 years. If the peerless-looking man in front of him is really a disciple of sword sect's law enforcement, then knock and knock. It's fine for him to dance while ringing the bell, not to mention that they are stationed as disciples. Even if the elders see it, they will only say, then play music, then dance. Lu Chaoga stood with his hands behind his back, and after a while, only two disciples from Shuiyumen heard the bell and arrived late. They thought that someone had lit the incense of Manmin, which caused the bell to reverberate. What happened down the mountain? It's really troublesome. No way, who said it's our turn today? When the two disciples flew to this place, their faces were stunned. Who is this handsome? What is he doing standing beside the Manmin bell? Why are the brothers still holding swords around him? The atmosphere seems a little dignified. After the disciples of Shuiyumen whispered to each other, the eyes of the two disciples who came to look at Lu Chaoga were a little strange. How dare he? Just in case, one person left here and went to invite the first and second elders of Shuiyumen. The current situation at Shuiyumen is complicated. Both the first elder and the second elder want to be in charge, and they all want to ride on each other's heads. Two 18-year-old and more than 1,000-month-old adults, when their blood was full, all thought, I will ride you. Therefore, some sensible disciples will report to the two elders if they have any major events, rather than just reporting to one, which means standing in line. It didn't take long for two streams of light to pass through the air, and the first and second elders of Shuiyumen came here. On the surface, the relationship between the two was friendly, and it could not be seen that they were like fire and water. It's just that clues can still be found in small details. For example, after The two arrived here, they both spoke first, pretending to be a talkative person, grasping the dominant power, and finally leading to unanimous voices. "This little friend, why is the bell ringing?" the two said. "The two of you really have a tacit understanding." Lu Chaoga didn't know whether it was intentional or not. Casually. After he finished speaking, he looked at the two elders and said, "The head of the Ink Sect, Lu Chaoga. I came to Shuiyumen today to mention someone." The first elder and the second elder frowned, recalling for a long time before. They remembered that somewhere in King Longquan, there was a Xiaobaeman called Momin. If it weren't for the fact that the Momin had also been brilliant, they were ranked in the upper reaches of the Zongbaeman, and they were also close to the Shuiyumen, otherwise, they might not even remember such a sect. At the same time, they didn't expect that it was the sect master who came here, and he looked so young. The cultivation of the eighth heaven of the first realm is not bad. But the attitude is a bit arrogant. To mention someone? Who do you want to mention? The great elder said in a bad tone. Shuiyumen disciple, Meng Feng. Lu Chaoga's tone was flat, as if he hadn't noticed the change in the great elder's tone. When the second elder of Shuiyumen heard the words, a faint smile appeared on his face immediately. Meng Feng is not his disciple, but the third disciple of the first elder. Therefore, he is happy to watch the play, act as a melon eater, and even, it is okay to fight fire. Meng Feng? When the first elder heard his disciple's name, he frowned and asked, "I don't know why sect leader Lu asked for my disciple, why?" Lu Chaoga said, "If you let him come, you will know." The first elder gave a wink to the disciple who was stationed behind him. The disciple immediately flew with his sword and went to call Meng Feng. It didn't take long for Meng Feng to be brought here. This man is very thin, looks a little weak, his eyes are triangular, and his forehead is protruding. After he heard that the head of the Mo sect came to Xingshi to ask his guilt, he immediately guessed that it was related to the water ghost that he did not get rid of. He didn't do his best, but he wanted to greedy the ink spirit stone. He never thought that the other party was actually the head of the family. Although in his opinion, the Momin, which is at the bottom of the mere 100 doors, even if the leader comes, his master can protect him. However, after all, the position of the head is special, and everyone is a subordinate of the sword sect, and they are of the same spirit. In terms of face, they still have to be able to live, and they have to be punished more or less, otherwise it will be unpleasant to hear. The waste sect is the waste sect, such a trivial matter is worth the sect master? Meng Feng thought in his heart. In his opinion, this kind of aggressive behavior is really a bargain. Isn't it just a water ghost? It can only move in the foggy river and can't go ashore. How much trouble can it cause? To die is just 1 or 2 lives. Before he went up the mountain to practice, Meng Feng was a child of a wealthy family, and there were dozens of servants in the family who were ordered, beaten and scolded at will. After becoming a practitioner, he didn't take mortals seriously, and even felt that he was not a species with them. UU reading www.sonicmtl.com. After flying to the mountain gate, he saw that the second elder was also there, and he knew that it was difficult to do. He knew that his master and the second elder were now in a state of flux, and that everyone would definitely stumble. Yes. Meng Feng had a plan. He decided to reveal himself. Speak directly of your crime, confess and be lenient, and return the spirit stone double, showing enough sincerity. Double the spiritual stones, a lot. As long as the head of the Momin is moved, and the party nods, what else can the second elder say? The most important thing is not to lose master's face. As a result, Meng Feng began to show his acting skills. As soon as he arrived, he bowed and bowed, with a sincere attitude and deep self-blame. After blaming himself, he took out a large bag of spirit stones from the storage ring, and said with a smile, "Master Lu, this disciple is willing to pay double the amount of spirit stones." Lu Chaoge didn't even look at him, as if he was talking to himself. Wuha fishing village, a fisherman died. Meng Feng was stunned for a moment. He felt that Lu Chaoge didn't understand what he was saying. What is there to mention about a fisherman? Is it possible to use a fisherman's low life to raise the price? Double spirit stones are not enough. It's like a lion's mouth. You are driving up the price. Meng Feng gritted his teeth and said, "The disciple is willing to pay 3 times the amount." It was the limit, and he couldn't take it any more. Lu Chaoge put his hands behind his back, and, not too late, appeared in his palm and was held tightly by him. I saw him walking in front of Meng Feng, looking directly into his eyes, and saying word by word, Article 16 of the Sword Sect, read. What? Meng Feng was stunned again. "Read," Lu Chaoge suddenly said, and the voice echoed in the Shuiyumen. Mountain Gate. Chapter 57. 57, One Sword. The great elder of Shuiyumen looked at the extraordinary Lu Chaoge, and frowned even deeper. The second elder watched the play on the side, and he was happy to see the situation unfold. When Meng Feng said that he would pay the lingshur, both the first elder and the second elder felt that Lu Chaoge would choose to settle down. As the bottom of the Xiaobamen, Momin should not have many resources, and the spiritual stone is definitely needed by Momin, and there is no reason not to be moved. But when Meng Feng shouted out the triple spirit stone, they felt that it was a foregone conclusion. As for the death of a fisherman in Wuha, no one would take it seriously. In the huge Tianqian realm, when will there be no dead people? But little things. But when Lu Chaoge said the 16th rule of the Sword Sect, everyone present understood his attitude. He is unwilling to be private. According to Article 16 of Jianzong's rules, Meng Feng accepted the commission of Wanmensong this time. Don't think that whipping is a trivial matter, whipping in the cultivation world is not the kind of little leather whip with a little taste, just stick a little butt. 3 thunder whips slap the body. 3 hearts whip the Tao heart. With 6 whips down, those with an unstable foundation may be severely injured. Thunder whip is a trivial matter, pain returns to pain, disability returns to disability, but in the magical world of practice, there is still salvation. But the heart whip is different. The heart whip lashes the Tao heart, and those who are unstable may have the Tao heart cracked, unable to go further for life, or even descend to the realm. If this happens, unless it is really created by the heavens, even if the great practitioners of the 7th and 8th realms help, they can't save it. In fact, from Jianzong's distribution of the Wanmen bell, it can be seen that Jianzong attaches great importance to protecting Qingzhou, so the punishment is also extremely high. To make matters worse, Meng Feng took over the job of Momin, which means he took on this responsibility. If he doesn't do anything with money, these 6 whippings will be punished by the head of the Momin. It is useless for the elders to show favoritism. At this moment, he even felt that the young man in front of him was more greedy than he thought. He moved out of the sect rules, because he wanted to gain greater benefits. Whether you want resources or a lover, choose one of the two. Anyway, the whip is in my hand, I have the final say on how to draw it. I don't know how high the sky is, you are going to tear your face with my Shuiyumen. The elder sneered in his heart. Meng Feng listened to Lu Chaoge's words, and his hair stood upright. He was already frightened and stupid at this moment, but he really didn't have Any crooked thoughts? When he first entered the school, a senior brother made a big mistake, and he had seen the severe punishment of whipping. When Meng Feng recalled it now, he felt goosebumps all over his body. Master, master, save me. Meng Feng's legs softened and he almost fell to his knees. After all, the first elder still loves his disciple, and after weighing the pros and cons, he decided to give some benefits first, and then find a way to go to Momin to get it back later. He forced a smile on his gloomy and ugly face, and said, Master Lu, talk. Here. As he said that, he also made a gesture of invitation. It's just that Lu Chaoge turned his back to him and stood still. He looked down at Meng Feng, whose legs could no longer stand up straight, and said, This seat gives you 3 choices. 1. 6 whippings. 2. Take a sword from this seat. Meng Feng heard the words and couldn't help but ask, then, what about the 3rd? Oh, there's no 3, I'm teasing you. Lu Chaoge looked at him with a playful look, and said, or, 3 is the combination of the 2. The first elder stood aside, couldn't help but speak again, and his voice was angry, shouting, Sect Master Lu. Lu Chaoge still turned a deaf ear. He is not false at all. The situation in Shuiyumen is too chaotic now. He moved out of the sword sect, and no one dared to make any small moves. For the first elder, the second elder was staring at him, and as long as Lu Chaoge insisted on the sect rules, the first elder would not dare to let one go. He dared to be the first year of the first year, and the second elder dared to be the 15th. He wished that the first elder would come forward as an apprentice. Today is really too beautiful for the second elder. What's more, there is no word for fear in my Lu Chaoge's dictionary. The most terrible thing is that the rest of the disciples of Shuiyumen do not know, nor does Lu Chaoge know that there is a distinguished guest living in the Shuiyumen these few days. This distinguished guest, the first elder and the second elder must serve carefully. They also did not dare to let this distinguished guest read the jokes of Shuiyumen, resulting in a worse impression of Shuiyumen. At this moment, unless Lu Chaoge is willing to be private and decide for the mortal who died in the family, it will be treated as if this did not happen. Wuhe is his territory, he has the final say, and can erase all traces. But it was clear that his attitude was extremely firm. Meng Feng's pupils were shocked. He looked at his master who no longer spoke. And at Lu Chaoge, who was overlooking him, knowing that he was doomed. There are only 2 paths before him. Either go to bear the whipping, or take a sword from the young head. Meng Feng's voice trembled slightly, and he said, I will take the sword. For taking the sword, he is still a bit emboldened. His realm is no lower than that of Lu Chaoge. Although the other party is the most expensive, he looks confident, maybe the actual combat power is very strong. But just taking one sword shouldn't be comparable to those 6 whips, right? For Jian Xiao, Jian Xian is Dao Xian, and when the heart whip beats Jian Xian. This is really difficult. Yes. Lu Chaoge nodded slightly, and turned the not too late in his hand. He glanced at Meng Feng and said, when you're ready, tell this seat. Relax. This seat's natal sword will not be unsheathed. Meng Feng was overjoyed when he heard the words. If you don't even draw the sword of life, why panic? Everyone's cultivation base is similar, and they are all swordsmen. Your sword is still unsheathed, if you can still seriously injure me, I will not practice swords in the future. Listening to Lu Chaoge's words, the first elder's brows stretched, and the second elder was puzzled. The former thought that Lu Chaoge had changed his mind and was about to release water. He just wanted to impose a little precept to stand out for his Momin and establish his majesty. The latter felt that this young man was really a storm. It seemed like a big Battle just now, but now there is a lot of thunder and little rain. Calm is really boring. How can it be so hard? They don't know that Lu Chaoge's heart is not made of sponge, so naturally it will not be soft and hard. He saw Meng Feng took out his life sword and unsheathed the sword, and said, lightly, is it all right? Meng Feng clenched his long sword, took a deep breath, and said, please. Enlighten me, sect leader Lu. When Lu Chaoge heard the words, he didn't say a word of nonsense, and he threw out a sword energy. In an instant, the first and second elders, who were watching the battle, exclaimed in surprise. The power of heaven and earth. Sword intent. Yes, this sword, Lu Chaoge did not keep his hand. The power of water and sword intent came out together, and Meng Feng didn't have time to react. He raised his sword to resist, but his whole body was directly knocked into the air by the sword energy. Boom! Meng Feng's body hit the Wanmin bell, causing the ancient bell to roar. Again. Blood spilled violently, his body slowly slipped off the clock face, and then collapsed to the ground. And the most terrible thing is actually not his body, but his sword heart. No one thought that the head of the Ink sect had formed the sword intent. Since sword intent is intent, it can hurt the heart of the sword, and its power is not inferior to that of the heart whip, or even better. The first elder and the second elder were well informed and could see Meng Feng's current situation at a glance. His sword heart shattered. It shattered immediately. I saw Lu Chaoge didn't even look at Meng Feng, who was slumped on the ground. Turned around and walked slowly towards Luo Bing, who was waiting by the side. His low and cold voice echoed for a long time in front of the mountain gate of Shui Yuman. Stop practicing swords. P.S. New week, ask for recommended tickets. Chapter 58. 58, a bit of meaning. Watermoon Gate, in front of the mountain gate. Luo Bing looked at the approaching Lu Chaoge, and only felt that the swordsman sword just now, and the sentence don't practice swordsmanship just now, are really happy and unrestrained. This is the real sword repair. When Luo Bing was still in the brothel in his early years, he liked to read some novels. Qingzhou is the continent of Kendo, and the protagonists in the novel are either Jianghu swordsmen or Kendo monks. When she was young and ignorant, she also fantasized about a handsome Jianqiu who would lead her to fight the world with swords, but she didn't expect that. She was really fortunate to meet her on her 11th birthday. Meng Feng was entrusted by Luo Bing and hiding, so Lu Chaoge's sword was actually taking his anger out of Luo Bing. The first elder opened his eyes wide and hurried over to check the situation of his beloved disciple. Although he knew in his heart that this apprentice must be abolished, he couldn't help but use his divine sense to check it over and over again. He looked straight at Lu Chaoge angrily, and squeezed a few words out of his teeth. He is young, it's a good idea. Lu Chaoge didn't seem to hear the resentment in his words, and said indifferently, it's a mistake. The great elder of Shui Yuman stood up angrily, the gray robe on his body made a strong noise without the wind. A pressure spread to the surroundings, making the atmosphere very dignified. He did not expect that Lu Chaoge actually possessed sword intent, and directly destroyed Meng Feng's sword spirit with one sword. Even 6 whippings would not necessarily be so severe. The first elder looked gloomy and uncertain, and the second elder immediately held fire beside him, sighing with emotion. The injury is so severe, this child is afraid that he will be useless. This dead old man has no intention of protecting Lu Chaoge at all. He even wants to let the elders turn on the violent mode all the way, and then shoot at the head of the Momen, blatantly violating the sect rules. The 2 elders knew in their hearts that the sect leader of the Shuiyue sect would probably not be able to survive this time. This sect leader position must have been created between the two of them, and once they had secured each other, it would be equivalent to ascending the throne. Lu Chaoge turned his head and glanced at the two elders of Shuiyumen, and said indifferently, I want to ask the two elders, if the sect rules are fulfilled, will Meng Feng have room to resist? The two did not answer. How can he resist? If he resists, Lu Chaoge has the right to kill him on the spot. Seeing that they didn't answer, Lu Chaoge smiled crookedly, and after a snort, he said, then I will ask the two elders again, if he can catch this sword. Will he be safe? Not because of the food. Food is the original sin. The first elder's lips trembled with anger, and said coldly, Master Lu is the master of a sect. Is it disrespectful to hand out a sword to my true disciple? In the Shuiyumen district? Hearing this, Lu Chaoge smiled and said, interesting and interesting. It turns out that the great elder of Shuiyumen also knows that this seat is the master of a sect, and the head of the sect. As he said that, he said loudly, according to the sect rules, this seat is not as good as your sect leader of the Shuiyue sect, but it is at least half a level higher than the two of you. Then ask you, see why I don't worship? The sound bursts, echoing the mountain gate. After saying this, he still cocked his mouth, and did not forget to tease. Two elders, please remember, you are not the head. You. The elder's lips turned purple, as if he was poisoned with anger. The second elder felt that he was a little wronged. I just smothered the fire. Why did he even bring me along? This kid is all provocative in one breath. Not a single one is spared. How dare he, how dare he? Is there no word for fear in this person's dictionary? And at this moment, bursts of applause suddenly sounded. Clap clap clap. A stream of light was generated, and someone came from an imperial object and fell in front of Lu Chaoge. This is a woman with a big sword on her back. The woman is petite, her height is estimated to be about 1.5 meters, and she is wearing a very simple strong suit. The sword is slanted on the back, and it almost touches the ground. The tip of the sword is almost at the woman's ankle. In other words, if this sword is taken off and placed vertically in front of the woman, it will be taller than hers. Many people may think that a sword of 1.6 meters is not very long, because everyone is a few meters or even 2 meters tall, so they will not be very sensitive to this data. On the contrary, it is very sensitive to a few centimeters, 10 centimeters, and 20 centimeters. But in fact, a sword of this length is really long. If the sword body is very wide, it is indeed a big sword in the hand, and it has a great visual impact. Like the well-known 8-faced Han sword in ancient China, the total length of the sword is basically 100 to 140 centimeters, and only a few can reach 160 centimeters. It is basically held with both hands. Not many people can use such a long sword with one hand. This charming woman, no matter what she is holding in front of her body or what she is carrying behind her back, can only be described with one word. That is, giant. If she collided with Ning Ying, both of them would be considered a foul, and they would collide with the ball. Compared with her, Ning Ying is more plump, and she is the best fat man in the eyes of men. Compared with Ning Ying, she is better than petite, which makes her more prominent and has a different flavor. She is like a gifted female classmate you stumbled across during your physical education class when you were studying. Of course, if Lu Chaoge had to choose, he would still stand for Aunt Ning. In terms of stature, he personally thinks that Aunt Ning's comprehensive score is the best in the world. In this regard, you can always trust old-fashioned critics. After the woman with the big sword appeared, the two elders of Shuiyumen changed their expressions. She is the one who applauds. Lu Chaoge looked at her with an ugly expression. Why is she here? Lu Chaoge couldn't help but said in his heart. This person has no intersection in his life, but he recognizes this person. This woman, like Ning Ying and Yu Yu, both came from Sword Sect, and they were all characters on the player's most popular NPC rankings. It's just that her ranking is not as high as Ning Ying's. Because this woman's brain is not normal. Even Lu Chaoge, who had the same unique temperament, felt that this woman was mentally ill and was a crazy woman. She went crazy, it was terrifying. It may be because she has a big gully in her mind, which leads to no gully in her brain. Her thinking mode and behavior style are different from ordinary people. Luo Bing looked at the woman in front of her, and then looked down at herself. The other party must look down and can't see the toes, she can still see it. Seeing Lu Chaoge's eyes fixed on this woman, she couldn't help but remember that when Elder Ningying came to Momin, the young master also seemed very warm and affectionate. It turns out that the son likes, like this. In this regard, Luo Bing, who has lived in a brothel since childhood, did not find it strange, and even thought it was normal. In her memory, there were a few older sisters who looked average, but because men liked this, their business was very good. The door went in and out, and the bed could be swayed until the middle of the night. At this moment, Luo Bing couldn't help but remember that he learned a certain massage technique in a brothel when he was a child, and I heard that it was quite magical. After she decided to go back to the mountain, she would press it on herself every night. But the old mother said that if someone else presses it, the effect will be better than if you press it yourself. The innocent-looking Luo Bing bit her lower lip, thinking in her heart. Lu Chaoge didn't know, just because he was staring at this woman, Luo Bing, who was well-educated, thought so much in a few seconds. The woman in front of her was named Jianli Nanwei. There are two reasons why Lu Chaoge paid special attention to her in this life, and couldn't help staring at her when she met. First of all, her identity is very special. This woman is one of the true disciples of Jianzong, and she is also the daughter of Jianzong's contemporary Jianzuan. It is also for this reason that the two elders of Shuyumen regard him as a distinguished guest. If this is not considered an honored guest, there are probably not many people in Qingzhou who can be called an honored guest. After all, Jianzun is the well-deserved leader of the Sword Sect's Kendo, and also the first person in the Kendo of Qingzhou. His daughter, the status is no less than the daughter of the Sword Sect master. What's more, Jianzuan only has such a daughter, and he has never accepted any disciples. Apart from his daughter, there is only one swordsman, Yu Yu. Not to mention the middle 100 gates, like Shuyumen, even if it is hundreds of gates, she should be regarded as a guest. In the entire Qingzhou, aside from those big bosses, who would dare to provoke her? Oh, Lu Chaoge is brave, after all, there is not a word for fear in his dictionary. Apart from this reason, Lu Chaoge paid special attention to her because of her love. According to the plot of Tiangshuanji that he experienced in his previous life, it seems that she and Yu Yu are a pair of CPs. If you follow the normal plot line, Yu Yu and Li Nanwei will probably become Taoist partners. The only sword attendant of Jianzong, and the only daughter of Jianzuan. Whoever looks at them thinks that they are right. Although many female players are Yu Yu's fans, shouting against it, thinking that the protagonist of the world should not fall in love, but this is useless? Of course, in this life, Lu Chaoge's words may still be of great use. Lu Chaoge took the identity of Yu Yu's eldest brother, looking at Li Nanwei. At the moment, he regarded her as half a younger brother and sister. Just from the perspective of the plot line, Li Nanwei is much older than Yu Yu, and her cultivation is higher than him. Now she still regards Yu Yu as a little brother. It was not until you really grew up that the two began to play. At this moment, Li Nanwei's big bright eyes looked at Lu Chaoge with interest. And seemed to think that the man in front of him was not only very good looking, but also very interesting. Interesting, really interesting. Li Nanwei, who was defined by Lu Chaoge as having an abnormal mind, looked at him and said, P.S. It's snowing here, but I don't know why, I don't feel happy watching the snow. I think about it. I'm afraid there are too few recommended votes. Not happy though. Chapter 59. 59, from the Envy of Jianzuan. With the appearance of Li Nanwei, the first and second elders of Shui Yuman turned ashen, especially ugly. Lu Chaoge looked at Li Nanwei and threw a detection directly. As a result, the feedback the system gave him was a series of even the name of the other party is not displayed, let alone information such as character level. This means that Li Nanwei's level is at least 20 levels higher than Lu Chaoge, which is beyond his detection authority. In other words, Lu Chaoge is currently level 18, this woman with a big sword should be around level 40 or even higher. Lu Chaoge estimated that the current Li Nanwei should be in the 4th realm. That is, in the 40s. The current Li Nanwei, Lu Chaoge, and Yu went together, and they couldn't bear her beating. As the daughter of Sword Sovereign, Li Nanwei is also very talented in swordsmanship and cultivation. Although she is not as good as Yu, one of the world's protagonists, she is only a line behind. At the back, it is also one of the important NPCs in the main storyline of Tiangshuanji. The current Yu is a younger brother in front of her. When Yu's level is above level 50 and becomes a great cultivator, the relationship between the two will show signs of being. Lu Chaoge even thought in his heart at this moment, Xiao Yue is not in the stage of secret love now, right? In his opinion, this is a normal thing. Li Nanwei is equivalent to his senior sister. She is beautiful, has a good figure, and has a very distinct personality. Unlike ordinary people, it is quite normal to have a little affection in her youth. Just like the beautiful senior sister when she was a student, there will be many people who like it. It's not surprising that teenagers like big sisters, right? Lu Chaoge felt that there was nothing wrong with his guess, but why didn't he mention Li Nanwei when he was with Xiao Yue? To be precise, it was never mentioned. I'm so good at picking up girls, if you talk a little more, big brother can teach you. Looking at the future younger brother and sister in front of him, Lu Chaoge squeezed out a crooked smile that he thought was kind and friendly. Li Nanwei looked at him from top to bottom, only to think that this man was even more beautiful than junior brother Yu. The most beautiful person she's ever seen. That smile is a little flat, and it makes people want to punch. Li Nanwei seemed to be very interested in Lu Chaoge, clasped his fists, and said, Li Nanwei, the true disciple of Sword Sect, has seen the head of Lu. Lu Chaoge looked at her, nodded slightly, then felt that as Yu's eldest brother, he should do something for him, so he smiled and said, I heard you. You mention you. Seeing his response, Li Nanwei thought this person was more interesting. Ahead of the Xiaobaman, seeing the true biography of Jianzong and the daughter of Jianzuan salute him, he actually accepts it calmly, which is completely different from others. If the general head of the Xiaobaman, let alone accept it calmly, it is estimated that he will be scared out of his head, right? It's fun, this person is fun, Li Nanwei said in her heart. At the same time, she couldn't help but be a little curious, this head of the road actually knew Xiao Yue? In her impression, Xiao Yue rarely went down the mountain. Basically, she practiced hard on the mountain, and she went down the mountain for experience. And she didn't have any friends. In her eyes, Xiao Yuyue is a person who seems to be humble and polite, but it is difficult to get close to her heart. Among her peers, she felt that Yu was only close to herself, and she was willing to open her heart to herself occasionally. She always regarded Yu as her younger brother. As for the friends under the mountain, she had never heard Yu mention it. The only person he always talked about was a mysterious senior brother who did not want to be named. She could see that when Yu mentioned the mysterious senior brother, there was light in his eyes. Could it be, that's him? Li Nanwei thought. In an instant, her desire to explore Lu Chaoga became stronger. Oh? Sect Master Lu still knows junior brother Yu? What did he say when he mentioned me? Li Nanwei asked, blinking her big smart eyes. Although this woman may suddenly go crazy sometimes, her eyes are really beautiful. These are the most aura eyes Lu Chaoga has ever seen. It's all good words. Lu Chaoga assisted Yu. Xiao Yuyue, don't say that brother won't help you. The next time we meet, I will teach you a few tricks. Although this woman has an abnormal brain, she is definitely better than your stupid donkey. The first elder and the second elder of Shuiyumen saw that they were chatting like no one around, and they felt even more uncomfortable for a while. This time, I'm afraid I won't be able to find it again. After chatting awkwardly with Li Nanwei for a few more words, Lu Chaoga was about to leave. He has done everything that needs to be done, it's time to collect the quest rewards, and then go back to the mountain. What's more, he didn't really want to have too much contact with this Li Nanwei. If there are sand sculpture players present, they will definitely go crazy too. Lick Li Nanwei, because after licking her, maybe one day they will be able to get in touch with the legendary sword sovereign. But Lu Chaoga really felt that this crazy woman was very troublesome. So, Lu Chaoga said, there are still affairs to be dealt with at the gate of this seat. Master Lu, please. Li Nanwei said with a smile. Lu Chaoga nodded, glanced at Meng Feng, who was still unconscious, and then opened his palm towards the great elder of Shuiyumen and said, Lingshi. This person has been abolished, but the spirit stone still has to be recovered. The elder's complexion was ashen, but under Li Nanwei's smiling gaze, he still took out a bag of spirit stones from the storage ring, only a lot more. After Lu Chaoga took it, he threw the spirit stone directly to Luo Bing, then took out a light boat and left Shuiyumen with Luo Bing. After Lu Chaoga left, the first elder and the second elder immediately greeted them, licking their faces at Li Nanwei and smiling. There is a scoundrel in the door, but it makes you laugh. They are not stupid, they have already seen that Li Nanwei's attitude is the same as that of Lu Chaoga. Previously, they thought they would not disturb Li Nanwei, but it must have been the appearance of sword intent that disturbed her. Li Nanwei laughed again, those big smart eyes curved into a pair of crescent moons. She glanced at Meng Feng, who was unconscious on the ground, and said with a smile, don't practice swordsmanship. This sentence can be regarded as qualitative for this matter. Sword Sovereign's daughter said so. This Meng Feng's road to sword cultivation is completely broken. When the first elder and the second elder heard the words, they nodded again and again. They were about to speak when they heard Li Nanwei say, there has been a lot of harassment in the past few days, so Nanwei will leave. After speaking, she took out her flying magic weapon and chased in the direction Lu Chaoga left. The two elders of Shuiyumen looked at the streamer light passing through the sky, and only felt that they wanted to die. Heh! What a good apprentice you taught. The second elder did not forget to make a mockery. The elder's fingers trembled with anger, and he cramped with anger. On the other side, Lu Chaoga was driving a light boat, looking at Li Nanwei, who was following him not far away. The corner of his mouth could not help twitching slightly. Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com. Why is this crazy woman following me? Lu Chaoga was speechless. Sure enough, these days, even in the cultivation world, men must learn to protect themselves when they go out. He stopped a light boat, turned his back to Li Nanwei, and asked, Miss Nanwei, what else is there? Li Nanwei smiled and said, Master Lu, Nanwei has something to ask? Oh? What's the matter? Lu Chaoga was a little curious. Master Lu and junior brother Yu are old acquaintances from childhood? She asked. If she remembered correctly, Yu loved to mention a mysterious senior brother since she was a child, and the two met when they were very young. In this regard, Lu Chaoga did not conceal or deny it, but nodded slightly and said, That's right. The mysterious senior brother who wants to come to the mouth of junior brother Yu is the head of the road. Li Nanwei said. Mysterious senior brother? Lu Chaoga frowned. What the hell, what is this kid Yu doing behind his back? Oh? Sect leader Lu doesn't know? Li Nanwei said with a smile again, Yu often mentioned sect leader Lu in Jianzhong, but she never wanted to be named. Even when her father asked, she didn't mention it. When Lu Chaoga heard the words, his hands suddenly itched. No wonder the reputation value doesn't rise. The original problem lies in this. I really want to hit his head crooked. What the hell is going on in his head? Shouldn't I be fooled by me? Lu Chaoga was a little depressed for a while. He turned to look at Li Nanwei and asked, What did Ling Zun say after hearing about this? When Li Nanwei heard the words, she was a little lost. After a few seconds, she slowly opened her mouth and said in a lonely tone, My father said that he is very envious. Chapter 60. 60. The Great Perfection of the First Realm. Envy? Lu Chaoga was stunned when he heard the word. Dignified sword sovereign, is there still something to envy? But on second thought, Lu Chaoga understood. The first character that came to his mind was Dugu Chocho. The road of the strong is lonely after all. Lu Chaoga's character and behavior are often not understood by others, but he always believes that if everyone can understand you, what should you be? Ordinary and ordinary? Yu's talent actually surpassed that of Sword Sovereign back then. Flawless sword body, a rare encounter in 1,000 years, it's no joke. In Jianzuan's view, it is a great blessing in life that his sword attendant can meet the enemy of his life. At his level, he is very eager to have a respectable opponent. It's a pity that in the huge Qingzhou, there are many sword cultivators, but now there is no one who can compare with him. The heights are so cold, how can you not be lonely? After Lu Chaoga understood this, he became even more angry. Xiao Yuyue, Xiao Yuyue, I could have gained a reputation from Sword Sovereign. With the character of Sword Sovereign, if he gets into his eyes, the reputation value will not increase by ordinary much. This kid got me wrong. Thinking of this, Lu Chaoga remembered that he hadn't received the quest reward yet, so he wanted to go back quickly to receive the reward. He looked at Li Nanwei in front of him and asked, Miss Nanwei, is there anything else you want to ask? Li Nanwei's big bright eyes looked directly at Lu Chaoga and shook her head. She found this man more and more interesting. He followed up like this, and took the initiative to chat with him. He was a small head of the Momin, and he didn't invite himself to live in the Momin for a few days. Even after he mentioned his father, he didn't seem to have the slightest idea of wanting to climb the high branch of Sword Sovereign through himself. Really different. And it looks so good-looking. So, she took the initiative to say, Master Lu, I wonder if Nanwei can stay at Momin for a few days? Lu Chaoga originally wanted to find a reason to reject it. After all, he was a future younger brother and sister, so his face was still decent. But when he saw a wooden sign hanging from Li Nanwei's waist, he immediately changed his mind. This thing is actually on her. Lu Chaoga's eyes narrowed slightly, then he looked away without a trace, no longer looking at the wooden sign. Yes, you are both the daughter of Jianzun and Yu senior sister, so let this seat do the best for the friendship of the landlord. Lu Chaoga agreed enthusiastically. Luo Bing glanced at Lu Chaoga, who was rarely enthusiastic, and then at Li Nanwei's bulging chest, and said in her heart, sure enough, young master likes big ones. It's too foul, did she blow air in it? It seems that the massage plan must take action. A group of 3 people flew back to Momin like this. As the night was getting darker, Lu Chaoga arranged for Luo Bing to lead Li Nanwei to the bamboo house where the guests lived. What he arranged for Li Nanwei was the building where Yu lived before. Rounding up, under their own arrangement, the two are equal to the bridal chamber. People, when you get to a certain age, you like to be a matchmaker for young people, and Lu Chaoga is no exception, and he is proud of himself and thinks that he is awesome. Before separating from Luo Bing, Lu Chaoga did not forget to say, don't forget to find a time to go down the mountain and get things done. He was referring to the Wang Mozi family. He was going to let Luo Bing make some arrangements, so that the family of the dead man would be safe. It is definitely unrealistic to be rich and wealthy. This is not necessarily a good thing, but don't let this orphan and widow mother live too hard. Hearing this, Luo Bing nodded and said, the disciple takes orders. After the 2 daughters left, Lu Chaoga returned to his bamboo house. After returning to the house, he opened his quest interface and received his quest reward. The 20,000 experience points will be credited first, and then the quest will be graded, and additional prestige points will be awarded after the grading. In front of Lu Chaoga, 3 rolling numbers appeared, and the numbers in the 3 grids rolled quickly, just like the novels written by some authors in Yu reading books. The wheels were rolling. The dog system likes to play with such bells and whistles, isn't it good to give a score directly? Lu Chaoga complained in his heart. After a few seconds, 3 numbers are generated. 0, 8, 2. 82 points, the remaining 18 points are to be given to me in the form of 666. Lu Chaoga couldn't help muttering. Lu Chaoga didn't know exactly what standard the system used to judge the score, but he felt that if he especially Long Out Yin even gave a beating to the Great Elder, his score would definitely be higher. After hitting the young, the old must be hit. I understand, he muttered to himself. After 82 points of reputation points arrived in the account, Lu Chaoga looked at the reputation points he had accumulated so far, and finally broke the 1,000 mark. Reached 1,047. To be precise, in fact, before receiving the reward, it was almost over 1,000. The people of Shuyumen contributed a part of the prestige points, and the main increase in the prestige points probably came from Li Nanwei. It's just that Li Nanwei is only interested in Lu Chaoga for the time being. Otherwise, the reputation points contributed by her alone might be more. At this moment, Lu Chaoga has already achieved one of the requirements of the 8th rank sect. There are still 2 unfinished, respectively. There are 3 practitioners above the 2nd realm. The current progress is 1/3. And the number of disciples under the sect exceeds 100. This item includes the outer sect disciples. Looking at these 2 items, Lu Chaoga decided to raise his character level. After thinking about it, he still has a large amount of experience points, most of which he will not use, because he has his plans, and these experience points are still of great use. The distribution of experience points, in his opinion, is like investing in financial management. There is no future for messing around, and you must learn to operate. However, he has been cultivating, doing tasks, and killing monsters these days. The gain of experience points is still considerable, and the experience points that can be used have reached 6 digits. Just get to level 20. So, Lu Chaoga opened the character panel and directly clicked Upgrade twice. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy poured into his body frantically, and then, with the blessing of drinking qi, the spiritual energy was directly pumped out of water and turned into spiritual liquid. And this obvious fluctuation of spiritual energy immediately made everyone in Momin feel it. Lu Dongli, who was giving Xiaoqiu night lessons, raised her head and glanced in the direction of Lu Zhaoga's residence. It's broken again, and it's broken through 2 boundaries. Brother's current breaking speed is really too fast. For today's Lu Chaoga, breaking the ground for me is like eating and drinking. In this regard, Lu Dongli will naturally not have any pressure and sense of urgency. She is different from Yu. Although she is a genius, she can't wait for her brother to catch up with her. Then she hides behind her brother and gains a sense of security. This world is too dangerous, I want to be protected by my brother. On the other side, in the bamboo house where Yu Yueping lived, Li Nanwei, who was meditating, opened her beautiful eyes. The first realm great perfection? She couldn't help but say. Li Nanwei is not too surprised to break through the 2 borders. The cultivation of the first realm is not difficult, whether it is she or you. They have broken through 2 or 3 realms in one breath. That's how geniuses are. Others may not have an epiphany a few times in their lives, but geniuses get enlightened from time to time. She just didn't expect that Lu Chaoga was the first realm of great perfection. That is to say, when he was in Shuiyumen before, he really only had the first 8th heaven? How is this possible? Li Nanwei didn't believe it at all. At first, she felt that Lu Chaoga was hiding his cultivation, and with her eyes, she couldn't see through his hiding. The reason for this preconceived view is because she does not think that the sword cultivator of the first realm can form sword intent. If this is spread out, no one will believe it at all. This is something that breaks everyone's conventional wisdom. Li Nanwei still remembers her father's teaching, warning her not to be too ambitious. Before the 3rd realm, you don't have to waste too much time on comprehending sword intent, because there is absolutely no sword cultivator in the 3rd realm in this world. The former sword intent is formed. Facts have proved that even the flawless sword body, Yu, who is rare in a 1,000 years, was formed in the 3rd realm with sword intent. For a while, Li Nanwei, who was judged by Lu Chaoga to have an occasional abnormal brain, was already hesitating. Do you want to rush over and arrest him for research? Chapter 61. 61, he was wrong. Li Nanwei is a sword addict, which is inherited from his father, Lord Jian Zun. It is precisely because she is a sword addict that Lu Chaoga thinks that this woman sometimes has an abnormal mind. In fact, the real idiot is often seen as a neuropathy in the eyes of outsiders. For example, at this moment, Li Nanwei is not just talking about it, she really wants to tie Lu Chaoga up, the kind of 5 flowers, and then study it carefully. Why can he form the sword intent in the 1st realm? In Sword 1, once she becomes curious and has a desire to know and explore, she will not be able to stop at all. And for the sword, she could really do anything. At this moment, Li Nanwei sat cross-legged on the bed where Yu once lay. Her face flushed, her breathing heavy, and the ups and downs were up and down. One wave after another. She was a little excited. No, she's excited. The sword intent of the first realm is formed, and the sword intent of the first realm is formed. She kept muttering to herself, her eyes getting brighter and brighter. Li Nanwei tried her best to control herself, preventing herself from flying to Lu Chaoge's bamboo house immediately. She knew very well that Lu Chaoge had just broken through at the moment, and he had broken through 2 small realms in a row, and it would take time to digest and absorb it. If she forcibly disturbs her at this time, it is very likely that she will hurt the heart of the Tao, or even go crazy. The only reason she had left told her not to attack at night. This kind of thing can be done during the day. Boil it, stay up until the day. This night, Li Nanwei was destined to be unable to meditate. She was itching unbearably, and her heart was itching. The excitement at this moment is no less than one day many years ago, when she heard that her father had accepted a legendary, flawless sword body, as a sword attendant. That night, Yu Yu was tied up by the senior sister who met for the first time. What happened, only the 2 of them knew. But it is worth mentioning that, even when Yu Yu was unconscious, he kept talking about that senior brother. It seems that as long as he is there, Yu Yu's sword heart will not be shaken. On the other side, Lu Chaoge, who has broken through 2 borders, is doing radio gymnastics for primary and secondary school students in the house. What kind of digestion and absorption after breaking the boundary does not exist? Double-click upgrade to finish things directly. The world of hanging, you don't understand. After finishing a whole set of radio gymnastics, Lu Chaoge just felt refreshed. At this moment, he was actually a little excited. Therefore, I made a set of eagle takes off to allow myself to meditate. The reason for his excitement is very simple: there is another promotion task to do. In the game Tiangshuanji, you have to do a promotion task every 10 levels. And you can continue to level up after completing the task. For many ordinary players, this is very troublesome, but for Lu Chaoge's temperament, it is very much looking forward to. When he was in the great consummation of his first realm, he did the most difficult orange level quest and was rewarded with a spiritual enlightenment voucher, which enabled him to obtain the power of heaven and earth. This time, he also intends to do the most difficult orange level. The chosen son is so confident. Lu Chaoge sat back on the bed again, rubbed his hands excitedly, moved his fingers in the air, and then started to receive the promotion task. On the difficulty selection, click orange directly. Ding! You have successfully received the promotion mission. Difficulty, orange level. The system prompt sounded beside his ears, and Lu Chaoge tilted the corner of his mouth with a faint smile, his face relaxed. Then, he clicked on task details and started to check it. After the review, Lu Chaoge's left eyebrow raised slightly. What a coincidence. He smiled. Last time, the content of his promotion mission was to kill alien beasts. This time, the content of the promotion mission is to kill the demon cultivator from the mysterious organization. This so-called mysterious organization is most likely the Zaiwiwi. In this regard, Lu Chaoge was a little surprised at first glance, but soon found it reasonable. The reason is very simple. First of all, the promotion tasks in the early stage of the game are actually not that complicated. Before level 30, they all kill the target characters of the enemy camp, but according to the division of difficulty, the strength of the target is very different. Secondly, the members of the Purple Moon Society will hold a gathering in various strongholds on the winter solstice next year. For practitioners, a year is a short period of time, and for some, retreats are more than a year at a time. Therefore, some of the demon cultivators of the Purple Moon Society who participated in the party may have already been active in the vicinity of the stronghold. Therefore, when the system selected the target, it was not surprising that the demon cultivator was selected. This also made Lu Chaoga realize that this year may not be spent peacefully. It's not calm. He was already looking forward to it. Lu Chaoga raised his head and glanced at the task interface again. In the task interface, a small red dot is moving. This red dot represents the coordinates of the demon cultivator. This demon cultivator may have never dreamed that he has become a prey and has been tracked by location. In the lower right corner of the task interface, there is also a countdown. This promotion task has a time limit and needs to be completed within 48 hours. If it exceeds the time, it will be directly judged as failure and enter the cooldown time. Within a certain period of time, you will not be able to receive promotion tasks again, and you will also deduct some experience points, and you will no longer be able to receive orange level tasks. For the details of the above series of punishments, Lu Chaoga didn't even read it. He just stared at the little red dot and the countdown, and gradually turned. Hunting time. Dongfeng vomited, and Lu Chaoga, who had slept beautifully, walked out of the bamboo house while stretching. He is not in a hurry to go down the mountain, there is enough time, and he needs to be calm. Every morning is the best time to practice drinking qi. This is a good habit. He has left, and it cannot be abandoned. After a small Zhou Tian finished running, Lu Chaoga's whole body was covered with mist, adding a hazy beauty to him. In the mist, he slowly opened his bright black eyes, and what caught his eyes were a pair of bright and agile big eyes and a heavy chest. Li Nanwei came here without knowing when, and was bending over to look at Lu Chaoga at the moment, with a curious expression on his face, like a Frankenstein staring at a white mouse. Master Lu, your exercises are very interesting. She looked at the mist beside Lu Chaoga. Lu Chaoga said indifferently, Miss Nanwei doesn't know that it is very rude to disturb others cleaning. He knew that this woman was not normal sometimes, and he couldn't be too kind to her, otherwise it would be easy to get ahead, slap her nose on her face, and then do things that went beyond her. And he still has to go down the mountain to do the task, and he doesn't want to entangle with her for the time being. This woman is very difficult to entangle with, and he is afraid of wasting time. If it weren't for the fact that the wooden sign hanging around her waist was too important, Lu Chaoga would have avoided this person. Li Nanwei was not angry when she heard the words. When she watched Lu Chaoga meditate just now, she felt more and more that this man was very mysterious. He is like the layer of fog around him, making it hard to see. Nanwei knows what's wrong. She had a very good attitude and always had a smile on her face. Seeing her expression, Lu Chaoga felt more and more that he should avoid it. Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com. The eldest brother and younger brother and sister were supposed to avoid suspicion. Not to mention that he is, charm 10, some things are beyond his control. This inherent attribute is destined to be an arsonist, and quietly, he can set a fire in a woman's heart. Of course, he still knew something about Li Nanwei's temperament. This woman is a sword idiot and doesn't seem to be interested in men for the time being. Perhaps in her eyes, a man will only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. Because of this, Yu Yu's kendo cultivation base was stronger than her, and the love between the two began to unfold. Lu Chaoga no longer sat cross-legged, but got up and took out a light boat, and said to Li Nanwei, Miss Nanwei, there are still important things to deal with in this seat. You can walk around freely in Momin without being restrained. Momin is too poor right now, so poor that there is no forbidden place. The only mysterious place is the solitary grave that the demon clan worships. But Aunt Ning said she couldn't see through the offerings in the solitary tomb, let alone Li Nanwei, who was not as strong as Ning Ying. Seeing that Lu Chaoge was about to leave, Li Nanwei hurriedly asked, "Master." Lu Nanwei has something to ask. Hearing this, Lu Chaoge hurriedly jumped on a light boat, posing as if he was going to release his fart, and the engine would be out of control after a while. "Master Lu, my father once said that no one can form a sword in front of the third realm, but Master Lu did it. Why is this?" Her eyes lit up, full of curiosity. Lu Chaoge heard the words, but directly urged Yi Qingzhou, too lazy to talk nonsense with her. A light boat flew down the mountain, leaving her with a handsome back, and a word echoed in Li Nanwei's ears, making her delicate body tremble. "It means that Jian Zun is wrong." Chapter 62. 62, Eat Me? Momin, in front of Lu Chaoge's bamboo house. Li Nanwei looked up at the sky, and looked at the distant back on the light boat. The cyan robe fluttered in the wind, and in an instant it reached the clouds. "Jianzun is wrong." Li Nanwei chewed this sentence repeatedly, a little lost. If this sentence is spread to the outside world, let people know that it comes from the mouth of a young man, and Lu Chaoge is afraid that he will be criticized by the people of Qingzhou. Qingzhou is the continent of Kendo. As the leader of contemporary Kendo, Jian Zun is the idol of countless people in Qingzhou. Jian Zun is the guardian of Qingzhou and the most shining light of Qingzhou Kendo. And a young sword cultivator who is not in the first realm dares to say that Jian Zun is wrong. The world will definitely say something arrogant. "I just don't know how high the sky is." But in fact, Lu Chaoge did not say anything wrong. Jianzun said that before the third realm, no one can form sword intent. But didn't his Lu Chaoge take shape? Facts speak louder than words. The most exaggerated thing is that Lu Chaoge did not form sword intent in the second realm, but the first realm. As the only daughter of Sword Sovereign, Li Nanwei was not annoyed after hearing this, but her eyes became brighter and brighter. She did not feel that this person was disrespectful to her father. She remembered very clearly what her father had said to her. "I am the leader of Kendo today, but that doesn't mean that I am Kendo." Including when pointing her and Yu, Jian Zun often instills a concept in them. Learn to question. Li Nanwei was still looking at the direction that Lu Chaoge was leaving, but there was no trace of Lu Chaoge at this moment. If Daddy sees him, he should appreciate him very much, right? Li Nanwei guessed in her heart. On the other side, Lu Chaoge, who spoke madly, was rushing on his way according to the coordinates given by the system. He is a bit warlike in his bones, so his emotions are running high at the moment. The promotion task must be completed by the player independently, without the assistance of others, otherwise it will be judged to fail. And the demon cultivators are notoriously powerful, and there are alien beasts following each demon cultivator. In the case of the same level, this is an almost impossible task. Even a professional player with a tingling scalp can't do it. Under absolute power, all skills are floating clouds. What's more, in the early stage of the game, the gap between everyone's strength has not widened. Unlike in the later stage, the strong kill the weak. One size fits all, just like playing Fruit Ninja. It is precisely because of this that Lu Chaoge felt that Tianxuanji was not like an upgrade game, but more like a financial management game. It's just that players can't be like him, so rich and strong in the initial stage. Lu Chaoge, who already has the power of water and sword intent, is still very confident, but facing the demon cultivator alone, even if he is as arrogant as him, he should not be taken lightly. At the same time, Lu Chaoge is also looking forward to the additional rewards of orange-level tasks. What would be a good thing? Looking at the fast-moving red dot on the task interface, Lu Chaoga couldn't help but stare. He used to be leisurely, and he felt that time was enough, but judging from the dynamics of Little Red, the demon was approaching a small village. Obviously, this person is hungry, and this person's alien beast is also hungry. But fortunately, Lu Chaoga was close at hand. His sword, soon. Jinyo village is a small village surrounded by mountains and rivers. The hills next to the village are like horns, hence the name. Next to Jinyo village, there is a small stream that is not very clear. It is said that when the water is clear, there will be no fish, but there are not many aquatic products in this small stream that is not clear. At this moment, an enchanting figure swims in the stream like a mermaid. Her whole body ups and downs, occasionally bends her knees, sometimes straightens. Her slender waist is also extraordinarily soft, and she can twist into an amazing arc. Good flexibility, in some cases, is a great advantage, easy to play and cooperate. Lu Chaoga had a lot of contact with such a woman when she was on Earth. Especially when she was lying in some swimming pools and yachts. It's just that most women love white, even if some women go to tan, their skin color is different from this woman. Her wheat-colored skin should be naturally like this, and it looks very natural. Her thighs also looked tighter than the average woman, full of strength. The combination of the two gives her a unique wild beauty. And behind the woman swimming in the stream, there are two huge shadows. One of them is a giant python, but its body is covered with fine purple scales, like armor. And it has 4 eyes, all of which are vertical pupils. The other black shadow looks like a large spider, but this 3-meter-long spider has a long tail, which looks very strange. It is worth mentioning that this spider-shaped beast swims like a jellyfish. With so many feet contracted and released, there is a hint of comicality in the weirdness. Wow! There was a sound of breaking water, and the banshee rushed out of the water. With her 2 alien beasts. The water droplets hung on her long purple hair and wheat-colored skin, reflecting the spring sun, adding a touch of moist beauty. Not to mention, this person has a supermodel face. Banshee shook her body slightly, and all the water droplets were thrown away. She looked at Jinyo village in front of her, stuck out her scarlet tongue, and licked her lips lightly. It's been a long time since I started killing people. Her voice was a little sharp, a bit like an old hen being strangled by the neck. For demon cultivators, killing is a very addictive thing. Not only can you gain pleasure from it, but you can also gain satiety. Eat and kill, oh, how wonderful. The big snake with 4 vertical pupils gently rubbed against the woman, and then spit out a snake letter towards the village. It couldn't wait. She touched the scales of the giant snake lightly, looking at it like her own child, and said in a doting tone, "In a hurry? Then go." The giant snake obeyed and rushed forward. But at this moment, the stream behind suddenly had an abnormal situation. A water column suddenly appeared, and then bombarded the giant snake. The giant snake didn't react at once, and was blasted out by the water column. And its whole body hit a big tree, making a huge roar. The roar came out, and immediately alerted the villagers of Jinyo village. Many villagers rushed to the entrance of the village and looked outside the village. Suddenly, a barrier made of dense fog rose from the ground, dividing the inside and outside of the village like a dividing line. Retreat! A low voice came from above the 9 heavens, and exploded in the ears of the villagers, deafening and screaming like thunder. You reading www.sonicmtl.com. They were so frightened that they stopped and stood in front of the fog barrier, daring not to move. At this time, the villagers discovered that there was actually a woman outside the village wearing a beast clothes and a skirt, showing her waist and long legs, as well as two hideous and terrifying beasts. Banshee Xiao looked up at the sky, her expression solemn and excited. Practitioners are indeed great enemies, but their flesh and blood are also great supplements. Banshee Xiao grabbed forward in the air, and a purple on went towards the entrance of the village. In an instant, a dazzling sword energy struck, hitting the purple on. A stream of light flashed by, and Lu Chaoga arrived, slowly falling in front of the fog barrier, protecting everyone behind him. Cultivator! Cultivator is here! Someone shouted. Jianxiu! It's Jianxiu! Someone saw, not too late, in Lu Chao's singer. Qingzhou is a continent of kendo, even mortals are proud of the swordsman. For a while a sense of security arises spontaneously, but no one runs back, and they all stand behind the fog barrier and look out. Lu Chaoga put his fingers together, and just like drawing a sword, he threw a fingertip sword energy at a 45-degree angle, but he didn't show mercy. Because the other party was a mother. Without a woman in your heart, draw your sword and be a god. He thought about this kendo mantra. It's a pity that this small waist doesn't get a sword. Banshee Xiao glanced at Lu Chaoga, who suddenly appeared, her purple eyes lit up slightly. This is the most handsome man she has ever seen. Looking at him, she couldn't help but articulate, and water overflowed. She stretched out her scarlet tongue and licked her lips a full circle at a very slow speed, making her lips more moist and shiny, and her eyes slightly blurred. You look yummy. Chapter 63. 63. What is pain? Delicious? Lu Chaoga was slightly taken aback when he heard Banshee Xiao's words. He was not annoyed when he heard the words, because he knew very well that too. Yao Xiao, this sentence seems to be a compliment. Just like the demon cultivators of the Ziyue society worship Ziyue, they are all crazy followers of Ziyue, but their biggest wish is to eat Ziyue. It's just that a woman always thinks it's weird to say something like this to a man, especially after she licks her tongue. Eat, but also eat. And it depends on which lips you use to eat. For Lu Chaoga, who was born with charm 10, he has met too many people who are greedy for his body. Whether it is in the past or this life, as long as he wants, there will be no shortage of women. But he was the first to meet someone who was really greedy like this Banshee. Repair. Of course, this will not affect the speed of his sword. He even felt that the woman was a little noisy. The power of water was running, and Lu Chaoga immediately blocked Banshee Xiao's drooling lips. Her upper and lower lips were pressed together, hard to separate. This is the power of heaven and earth? Banshee Xiao's purple eyes opened slightly, feeling that the situation was not good. The two alien beasts around her rushed towards Lu Chaoga for the first time. Lu Chaoga stood in front of the fog barrier with not too late in hand. Raised his left eyebrow, and then made a bold move. I'll hit you with a crooked head. Two sword chi were used, hitting the heads of the two alien beasts respectively. The levels of these two alien beasts are both level 20, which is comparable to Lu Chaoga. Banshee Xiao is level 22, 2 levels higher than him. In this case, for ordinary players, it would be very difficult to fight one-on-one, let alone 1 to 3. But Lu Chaoga had an aura of you are surrounded by Lao Tzu. Instead of retreating, he advanced and began to take the initiative to attack. Quick fight and quick decision, play a wave of fast swords. Lu Chaoga thought in his heart. What he wanted was to catch her off guard, otherwise he wouldn't be able to afford it if he was dragged and beaten. Another reason why the promotion task is difficult is that players cannot use upgrade to go back and forth during the battle. Therefore, it is the best choice to make the rhythm faster. When playing games in the previous life, Lu Chaoga's operation was not particularly good, and there was still a big gap between professional players. But his consciousness is definitely professional level. Whether it is the control of rhythm, various predictions, and the choice of timing, he is not inferior to professional players. And there is a small stream not far away at the moment. For him, who has the power of water, he is playing at home. Banshee Xiao with wheat-colored skin didn't react for a while. Facing Lu Chaoga's crazy output, he just felt like he was an A. The most terrifying thing is that he actually has sword intent. How can that be? The first realm of great perfection, how could there be sword intent? Banshee Xiao bit the tip of his tongue, and then spit out a purple poisonous mist. Lu Chaoga was stunned when he saw her operation. Are you Mona Lisa's sister, Jenny Martha? Lu Chaoga was amused by the poisonous fog. The corners of his mouth began to rise wildly. I have power of water, you spray poisonous mist at me, this operation is simple. He feels that this banshee is not very smart in cultivating her brain, and she has been controlling water for a long time. Has she not guessed that her power of heaven and earth is water? I saw Lu pointed towards the singer and said solemnly, go. The poisonous mist did not advance, but retreated, spreading out towards the other two alien beasts. The alien beast dodged to the left and right, while Lu Chaoga seized the opportunity and stepped forward directly, pressing towards Banshee Xiao. The ink-colored sword intent began to spread forward. Splash ink. Banshee Xiao only felt that the world was darkened, and was enveloped by the spreading ink. By the time she reacted, the whole person had already flown backwards and flew towards the stream behind her. According to the normal process, she should have been slashed into the stream by a sword, but at this moment, a jet of water gushed out from the stream and hit Banshee Xiao's back, knocking her out like a volleyball. This small waist must feel very good when slapped. Banshee Xiao's blood bar began to slide down rapidly, her back was cracked, and blood was overflowing from her mouth. Before the death of the master, the two alien beasts still possessed absolute loyalty. They rushed over immediately, hurriedly protected the master, and began to rescue them. Lu Chaoga's figure flashed, avoiding the spider silk sprayed by the spider. Like alien beast, his arm was hit by the tail of the giant snake, but the sword energy hit the woman again. It's just a little bit more painful than when practicing, drinking qi. Lu Chaoga's expression was indifferent, and he was not sensitive to pain. The reason why he jokingly called drinking qi ju as dysmenorrhea is because the pain caused by this exercise is unusual. He endured this kind of torture every day, causing him to be aggressive and not take his body seriously at all. I want her to die. The dazzling sword light swept across the sky, and the Banshee Xiao had a terrified look on her face. For the first time, she felt that death was so close to herself. The handsome man in front of him now looks like a demon from hell. Face after face appeared in front of her, it was the person she devoured. There are old people, young adults, and children. One invisible big hand seems to be pulling her into purgatory. In fact, it was only Lu Chaoga's power of water that made the Banshee Xiao, who was covered in water droplets, unable to move. The animal clothing and skirt on her body turned into a barrier, and it was actually a yellow-level defensive magic weapon. The quality is not bad, but this woman's clothing is a bit revealing. Who should I give it to? The man had already distributed the spoils in his heart. The ruthless sword energy pierced directly at the barrier in the air, and let out a sound, puff. After the puff, there is a sound, puff. Banshee Xiao, whose health was directly cleared, fell downward, and Lu Chaoga rushed towards the two alien beasts without looking back. A quick decision, or a quick decision. Otherwise, these two alien beasts will devour the master's body at the first time and then continue to grow. At the same time, he began to think, do he want to raise a monster too? Alien beasts are definitely not acceptable, but it is not impossible to carry a little demon with you. Play games, how can you not have a pet? Pets, mounts, these things don't make money. The crazy alien beast became more bloodthirsty after the death of its master. And Lu Chaoga had not much spiritual power in his body, so he had to use it sparingly. In the process, his body inevitably got stippled again. Boom. The bodies of the two alien beasts flew out, and Lu Chaoga gave priority to the snake. Twisting and twisting, it looks disgusting. He raised his thumb and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes getting colder. The "not too late" in his hand came out, go. The sword energy wrapped around the scabbard and directly nailed the spider to the tree. The spider struggled, and then spit out spider silk in the direction of the village. It wants to recover its little power by devouring the villagers. Lu Chaoga's spiritual energy was almost exhausted, he dodged away, clenched his fingers, and the fog barrier began to freeze. After the spider silk shattered the ice crystals, another strand stabbed at a little girl with double braids. Lu Chaoga stumbled, blocking his body in front of the girl, and the spider silk pierced directly into his left shoulder, like a sharp blade. Hey, this really hurts, Lu Chaoga said in his heart. Not too late, the wrapped sword energy exploded around at this moment, and the spider beast was blasted into blood clots. The blood on Lu Chaoga's shoulder dripped onto the girl's face, and she burst into tears. I don't know if I was frightened by the spider silk or frightened by the blood. Lu Chaoga raised his lips, endured the pain, looked down at the little girl, and said, afraid? No, woo-woo, not afraid. No, woo-woo. Not afraid, the little girl said while crying, snot and tears streaming down her face. This is very similar to an emoji package that Lu Chaoga used to love in his previous life, and it amused him. The haze caused by the pain dissipated, and he suddenly pulled out the spider silk that ran through his body. Your reward, this seed accepts it. Chapter 64. 64, the world's protagonist and the son of heaven's chosen. There were drops of blood dripping from Lu Chaoga's shoulders on the little girl's forehead and left face. Tears flowed from her big eyes, and as she cried, she almost had a snot bubble in front of her little nose. She wasn't so cute when she was born, and she was quite different from the round-faced chick Xiaoqiu, the mascot of Momen, but her ugly and cute appearance made Lu Chaoga feel like some of the little dolls in the emoji pack. Especially funny. Therefore, despite the pain in his body, he was still happy in his heart. This funny little face is the reward for saving her life. After Lu Chaoga pulled out the sharp spider silk, he bent down and raised his fingers slightly. In an instant, the blood beads and snot and tears on the little girl's face all floated up, like small pearls. She stopped sobbing, raised her little hand in bewilderment, and rubbed her round face hard, and found that the thing on her face was really gone. The little girl's eyes widened, she just thought it was amazing. When she turned around again, there would be no sign of Lu Chaoga. The little girl's parents only reacted at this time, and hurriedly knelt down with the girl in their arms, muttering words, "Thank you, cultivator, help. Thank you, cultivator, for saving your life." In the profound sky realm, everyone is called a cultivator or a cultivator, and would not call cultivators immortals or immortal masters. Because in this world, there is no so-called ascension into immortals. If the purpose of cultivation is to leave this world, then in the end, there will be less tenderness towards this world. Practitioners also generally see themselves as otherworldly people, rather Then immortals who don't eat human fireworks. Such a name would be unpleasant. The middle-aged village chief of Jinyo village only remembered at this time that he didn't know the name of this sword cultivator, so he ran out and shouted, "This cultivator has great kindness and great virtue, so can you keep your name taboo?" An ethereal voice came from above the 9 heavens. "This seat, Momin Road Chauga." As this sound came, the 3 corpses on the ground suddenly burst into flames and burned to ashes in a moment. On a light boat, Lu Chauga took out a healing medicine pill from the storage ring and swallowed it. Why does the medicinal pill in this practice world look like my lisu? It just tastes a little bitter. To be honest, if the villagers were not watching at the entrance of the village just now, Lu Chauga would not have been seriously injured in the end. But about this, it was difficult for him to hold fire. Because in Qingzhou, the people's trust in the sword cultivators was slashed by countless sword cultivators. The people of Qingzhou are the proudest in the entire profound sky realm. They are proud of the Qingzhou sword cultivator. It seems that as long as the Qingzhou sword cultivator is there, no monsters or monsters can hurt them in the slightest. After Qingzhou Jian cultivated himself, it was a safe area. Of course, this is by no means sensible. So many times, the more people trust people, the heavier the burden on their shoulders. At this moment, Lu Chauga had very little spiritual power left in his body, so he couldn't support him to fly too far, so he found a secluded and safe cave and flew in. After sitting cross-legged, Lu Chauga first took out a storage bracelet from his arms. This was taken from Banshee Shou's wrist before he left. Of course, Banshee Shou's magic weapon-level animal clothing and animal skirt was also taken away by him at the moment when her body ignited. Well, it's normal for people to come naked and leave naked. That flaming flame should be a mosaic for you. TSK, the animal clothes and skirts made of these materials are of average rank, and they are all low-grade yellows. Forget it, let's find a chance to sell them. Lu Chauga also didn't want his disciples to wear such an exposed defensive magic weapon. The collar of the beast coat was low, and it was still a navel-bearing suit. The beast skirt was very narrow. Maybe there will be some scenery, which simply affects the style of the door. Inside the storage bracelet, there are a small amount of spirit stones, and a bunch of messy things, such as human skulls. She actually regarded it as a collection. In the bracelet, there are some valuable goods, but it is unrealistic to think about how rich she is for a mere level 22 demon cultivator. Lu Chauga turned around for a long time, and finally let him find the purple moon chapter, and there were 2. Sure enough, he is a member of the Purple Moon Club, and he is still an official member. Lu Chauga nodded slightly and added the 2 purple moon chapters to his ink ring. The one who worships at home seems to love collecting this stuff. It's impossible to give her away, so let's sell her at a cheaper price. Having said that, in a few days, it will be the day to extract blood essence. Again. Lu Chauga felt weak when he thought about it. After checking the equipment that he exploded from killing monsters, Lu Chauga opened the task interface. He has completed the promotion task, showing submittable. After Lu Chauga clicked submit, the roulette wheel appeared in front of him again, and he began to randomly draw special rewards for the orange level promotion task. After the 10-second countdown, a light flashed, and a special item appeared in front of Lu Chauga. Special item copy ticket. Lu Chauga's eyes lit up. The so-called special item copy coupon refers to the ability to directly copy some special items in the profound sky realm. For example, the Purple Moon chapter that Lu Chauga had just collected was a special item. Most of the special items are used to open hidden plots. Of course, there are some special items that have other magical uses. In Lu Chaoga's view, the value of this thing is not lower than the previous enlightenment voucher. Because special items are also different. A mass-produced product like the Purple Moon chapter is naturally a relatively low-level kind. It is simply a waste of time to copy the Purple Moon chapter. Some special items are limited editions. For example, if there is an ancient secret realm, the special item is the key of the secret realm. If you copy one, it is equivalent to one more place to enter the ancient secret realm. But this thing has a limitation, that is, you can't copy it over the air. You can only use the replica coupon after you have access to a special item. It doesn't seem to be useful for now, Lu Chaoga thought, but soon his eyes lit up. Wooden sign. That wooden sign hanging from Li Nanwei's waist. He didn't know why the wooden plaque that later belonged to Yu Yu was now on Li Nanwei's body. Maybe it was originally given to Yu Yu by Li Nanwei? He only knew that there were 4 world protagonists in Tiangshuanji, 2 males and 2 females. Well, the balance of male and female ratios can prevent some players from spraying on the forum. And this wooden sign, 4 people are one piece. This thing, Yu Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com, is absolutely closely related to the main story. Perhaps the world's protagonists harvested wooden cards, which was an arrangement in the dark. Therefore, if you want to talk about which special items are the most valuable in the entire vast sky profound realm, this mysterious wooden token must be one of them. If the precious special item replica coupon is used elsewhere, Lu Chaoga may feel distressed. After all, people like to look back. For example, if you use it now, you will encounter a special item that is more worthy of copying in the future, and you will feel a little regret in your heart. No way, there are no absolutely happy people in this world, only people who are relatively open-minded. And there are undoubtedly very few such people. But using this copy coupon on this mysterious wooden sign, Lu Chaoga felt that it was absolutely worth it. The many magical uses of this wooden sign have not been excavated until he crossed, but just knowing it is enough to make people excited. If nothing else, this thing comes from a supergrade sect from the ancient times, Tiandao. Today's 4 major sects are all first-rank sects in the system's rating, which are below the super rank. Since this wooden card is one piece of the 4 world protagonists, it is very likely that in the later stage of the game, it will be used to start the plot. Related to Tianyi. This fish is too fat. It seems that after returning to the sect, please ask Li Nanwei to touch it for me. Lu Chaoga put the copy coupon into the backpack. He remembered that some players in the previous life believed that this wooden sign was the symbol of the protagonist of the world and the standard of the protagonist of the world. There are protagonists in the world, and so should my chosen son. Lu Chaoga smiled crookedly, his color getting darker. Not to mention, there are 5 of the 4 heavenly kings, this is common sense. Chapter 65. 65, Qingdi. After deciding where to use the special item copy coupon, Lu Chaoga opened the character panel and clicked Upgrade silently. The surrounding aura liquefied frantically, and then poured into his body, and the power of water also increased significantly. This made him feel warm all over, as if he was in a hot spring, and had a certain sense of wrapping and shrinking. It's very moist. This feeling lasted about a full quarter of an hour, and when he opened his eyes, he clearly felt that his strength had improved by leaps and bounds, and he had entered a deeper level. Refinement again. Level 20 and level 21, don't look at the difference by only one level, but the difference is a major realm. Every time you break through a major realm, the bonuses of various attributes are extremely impressive. For example, Lu Chaoga's spiritual power value has almost doubled, and the water control effect of water power has also been significantly improved. If at this moment he encounters the previous Banshee repair, I am afraid that he can easily explode. And after reaching the second realm, he practiced the second volume of drinking qi. In this regard, Lu Chaoga is looking forward to it. Because drinking qi seems to have hidden secrets, the first volume is rated as low-grade purple, but the second volume is rated as middle-grade purple. This kind of exercise with a higher rating than a roll is really rare. But anyway, from the current point of view, this is not a bad thing. The attribute commission brought by the mid-level purple level is much higher than that of the low-level purple level. This is why many professional players prefer to upgrade slowly in the early stage, focus on doing various tasks, and then join the large group after breaking their head door to obtain higher level exercises. I don't know how many volumes to follow. Can the rank be improved? Lu Chaoga smiled slightly. In this regard, he himself felt a little greedy. Purple level exercises are already the top exercises in the entire profound Sky Realm. After all, the legendary orange level cultivation technique only existed in the supergrade sect, Tian Dao, in the ancient times. From the ancient times to the present, the entire profound Sky Realm has produced numerous talents, each leading the way, shining like a group of stars. But to say which star is the brightest, it must be the sect master of Tian Dao. According to legend, his father is a human and his mother is a demon. When the two are combined, it is difficult to give birth to children. Even if a child is born, the bloodline is either human or demon. But this suzerain is a half-demon. He has been frail since childhood and suffered from a strange disease. Even if it is a panacea, it has no effect. His body is always cold and does not have a sense of warmth. No one thinks he can survive, no one thinks he can grow up. He was born with disaster. This is his destiny. However, it was such a person who not only survived, but also forcibly opened up a new era of cultivation. In ancient times, the threshold of cultivation was much higher than it is now. People with ordinary roots would never have the chance to enter the magnificent world of cultivation. At that time, there was no so-called initial state. It was he who created the qi refining technique that everyone must practice today, laying a solid foundation for the Taoist body, just like laying the foundation before building a tall building, so that the future of practitioners has more possibilities. The cultivation requirements of qi refinement art are not high, which is equivalent to lowering the threshold of cultivation. This is the creation he bestowed upon the world. The so-called Tian Dao refers to under the sky. The power of one person is almost the same as Dao. For such a character, even a person with such a temperament as Lu Chaoga is full of admiration from the bottom of his heart. Because this is the character who changed the times. If the contemporary Lord Jianzuan is compared to a monument, then the Lord Sect master in the ancient times is a god. It is worth mentioning that the Tian Dao of that year, it is located in Qingzhou. To be precise, this state was called Qingzhou by the world because of this person's single name with the Chinese character Cyan. In the demon clan, the great demon in the 8th realm can be called the Great Sage, and above the 8th realm, it can be named the Demon Emperor. Since this sect master is half human and half demon blood, some people in the world call him Blue Emperor. After the upgrade, Lu Chaoga returned to the full blue state again. His injury did not improve with the upgrade, which is also a setting widely complained about by players in Profound Sky Realm. The upgrade is only full of blue, not full of blood. The dog system, if you open it to Lao Tzu, you can open it, what kind of castration version? But fortunately, the effect of the elixir is good, and the spiritual power in the body can nourish the body at all times. Therefore, Lu Chaoga feels that it will take a long time for him to recover, and there is nothing serious. A light boat flew through the air, and Lu Chaoga quickly flew back to Momin. In front of the mountain gate of Momin, he saw Li Nanwei sitting cross-legged on the boulder, and when he saw Lu Chaoga returning to his ancestry, he immediately jumped off the boulder. With her jump, it naturally triggered a spectacular scene. This mountain is shaking. This reminded Lu Chaoga that when he was in school, some talented female classmates hated physical education the most. When exercising, I am not only shy, but sometimes hurt myself. Some troubles only big people understand. This crazy woman won't be waiting for me all the time, right? Lu Chaoga was speechless. But after Li Nanwei's consciousness swept across Lu Chaoga, the shock in her heart overflowed. Second realm. He is actually in the second realm. Li Nanwei doesn't think there is anything unusual about breaking the realm. But didn't this head of the road just break through the two heavens the night before going down the mountain? Why did he break through from the first realm to the second realm after just descending the mountain for a day? This speed of breaking through, she felt that none of the disciples of the same generation in the entire sword sect could match it. When did breaking the boundary become such an easy thing? Li Nanwei couldn't understand. She immediately greeted her and said, "Master Lu." Lu Chaoga took 2 steps forward, turned his back to her, then stopped and nodded slightly. "Miss Nanwei, what's the matter?" I saw Li Nanwei took off the big sword she was carrying, and stood in front of her, performing a very standard sword salute, which meant asking for advice. It's just that her big sword is really outrageous, so when it is so horizontal, it is extremely deterrent, as if it is not asking for consultation, but giving you an ultimatum. Return the gift quickly, and after the gift, the old lady will hack you to death. Lu Chaoga turned his back to Li Nanwei and said in his heart, as expected. As a sword idiot, Li Nanwei has perfectly inherited her father's love of finding someone to fight. In the early years, when Jianzun was not Jianzun, he always loved to play in the gym. In most of Qingzhou, he kicked all the places that were a little famous. Therefore, many years ago, his reputation was not good. Everyone is a person who wants face, and naturally many people will look at him unhappy, think that he is too sharp and too aggressive. This kind of sword is easy to break. But when he became the best in kendo all the way, it was very different. Everyone is proud of this, and Bao Buki will brag a few words after drinking. I think in those days, Lord Jianzuan also came to my sect to discuss, and I also had a few tricks with him. Lu Chaoga did not expect that Li Nanwei, who was already in the 4th realm, would be interested in him. It stands to reason that the object of her consultation should be those great practitioners in the 5th realm, not the sword cultivator who is just entered the 2nd realm. But judging from the tone of her voice when she stopped her just now, this crazy woman seems a little excited. Lu Chaoga turned around, glanced at the wooden sign hanging on her waist, then turned his eyes away and looked at her big sword that was horizontally in front of the peak. With a move of his right hand, not too late, appeared in his hand, also horizontally in front of him. Yes. Lu Chaoga agreed to her request. But this seat has a condition. Chapter 66. 66, Win. Conditions? Li Nanwei was stunned for a moment, then immediately said, "Master Lu, please speak." She was so curious about Lu Chaoge's level, she really wanted to see this. Man sword intent. There is also a difference between sword intent, this man can break the routine, and sword intent is formed in the first realm. As long as she thinks about it, she feels itching and unbearable. Lu Chaoge turned to look at her, and said, there is only one sword in this seat, and it will stop. Okay. Li Nanwei agreed immediately. With her eyesight and vision, one sword is enough. After the two agreed, they flew to Danking Feng's performance field together. What Jean Lu Chaoge didn't expect was that everyone was actually in the martial arts field. The reason is very simple. Today is Xiaoqiu's first serious sword practice since he got started. I saw that this round-faced chick without a waist was holding the cheapest dagger bought from the bottom of the mountain, and kept doing the same action. Stabbing. Lu Dongli stood aside and watched with a smile. As a senior sister, Luo Bing would occasionally give advice. As for hiding, if you don't look carefully, you won't feel that this person exists at all. Shoot dash, the dagger thrust out, making a sound. This is the basic sword art of Momen, and everyone has practiced from this set of sword art. The same thorn can be heard from the sound, whether you are using it right. Luo Bing walked over to the little sister, took the dagger in the hand of the little sister, with a pampering and smile on her innocent face, and said, Xiaoqiu, you are wrong, let the second sister teach you. As she spoke, she thrust her arm forward, and the dagger made a piercing sound, much clearer and louder than Xiaoqiu's. When the round-faced chick heard the sound, his eyes lit up. I see. She shouted in a milky voice, and then gave a crooked smile like Crayon Shinchan. Then, shoo, still wrong. Yeah. Which little stupid pig is wrong again? Luo Bing said with a smile. Xiaoqiu was so angry. Li Nanwei, who came here, looked at this scene and couldn't help but said, Master Lu, the atmosphere of Momen is really enviable. Oh? Isn't that the case with Jianzhou? Lu Chaoge asked. When he played Tianxian Realm in his previous life, he hadn't been to the sword sect very much, so he actually didn't know much about the sword sect. Li Nanwei shook her head and did not speak. In fact, Lu Chaoge can probably figure it out. Jianzhou is a place where talents are born in large numbers. The most terrible thing is that there are always some people in this world who are more talented and more diligent than you. Therefore, the overall atmosphere of Jianzhou should be not easy. Just like some key high schools, when the get out of class is over, there is no laughing in the hallway. Many people are reading books and doing problems in the classroom, racing against time. In this regard, he can't say right or wrong, he just thinks that Momen's style is more pleasing to him personally. After seeing Lu Chaoge, everyone saluted one after another, and then the juniors also saluted Li Nanwei with a sword. Luo Bing watched Li Nanwei and Lu Chaoge come here together, and his heart tightened. Especially Li Nanwei was wearing a strong suit today, which was slightly close to the body, which made the towering in some places more intuitive, making Luo Bing feel a little dizzy. Why doesn't this massage work? Luo Bing couldn't understand. She is not growing day by day. Do you really have to be like what the old mother said, and ask someone else to press it? But fortunately, although Luo Bing is not as good as Li Nanwei, she still has her own master at the bottom. She is quite large and expresses that she has found psychological comfort. Li Nanwei looked around at everyone, first skipping the black pavilion, and then looking at him again, frowning slightly. Lu Chaoge noticed the change in her expression. He knew that Li Nanwei was very straight and didn't know how to disguise. He must have seen something wrong, so he asked, Miss Nanwei, what's wrong? Li Nanwei looked at the black pavilion. Said, Master Lu, there is one thing that Nanwei does not know whether to talk about it or not. If it wasn't about his eldest disciple, Lu Chaoga would definitely reply directly, then shut up. Miss Nanwei, please speak. Lu Chaoga said. Li Nanwei looked at the black pavilion and said, Master Lu, Nanwei understands Wang Qi a little bit. There is a hazy black aura spreading in this disciple's blue energy. Lu Chaoga heard the words and glanced at the black pavilion. Haiding's expression was the same as usual, and he, whose inner demon had gone, cared less about this matter than before. Lu Chaoga didn't know if Li Nanwei really only knew a little bit of fur. He remembered that what the half-blind old man said at the time was not a hazy black air, but a dark air. It turned out to be a trivial matter. Lu Chaoga waved his hand, not knowing whether he was telling Li Nanwei or his own disciples, and said, I never believe in fate. Hearing this, Li Nanwei felt a shock. Then what is destiny in the eyes of the head of Lu? Li Nanwei asked. Hearing this, Lu Dongli glanced at Li Nanwei and wailed in her heart, Ah! Don't give brother a chance. Sure enough, I saw Lu Chaoga with a crooked smile, and said lightly, fate is an excuse for the weak, and luck is a humble word for the strong. After Lu Chaoga finished speaking, he lightly tipped his toes and flew up to the ring, making a gesture of please. Li Nanwei listened to his previous words, and she was a little lost. Only then did everyone know that the two were going to learn from each other. According to the rules, Li Nanwei wanted to suppress her cultivation to the same realm as Lu Chaoga. She pinched the Taoist art and declared her cultivation realm to push her realm to the second realm. The round-faced chick was the most excited at the scene. She was very excited. Who had never seen anything in the world? Those big round eyes didn't dare to blink. She tried her best to widen her eyes, and her two small eyebrows flew up. Her two small fists were clenched tightly, and her buttocks were slightly pouted, and she was the most anxious when present. Lu Dongli looked at Lu Chaoga, who was standing upright, and said in her heart, Brother went down the mountain, it's actually the second realm. As for Lu Chaoga's disagreement, he broke the world, and when he had nothing to do, he broke the world and played. Lu Dongli was already a little numb. She now feels that her brother's Dao heart is as solid as a rock, and his Dao heart is clear, so there will be no bottlenecks? Lu Chaoga put, not too late, in front of him. Everyone said that it was only a sword, and he would not draw his life sword as usual. For 9 years of Fengjian, he has his own magic. Li Nanwei's great sword was suddenly unsheathed, and the sword light was dazzling. Everyone just felt that there was snow in the sky, reflecting the brilliance of the sun. This is Li Nanwei's sword intent. Since there is only one sword, Li Nanwei will not keep it. Although she suppressed her cultivation to the second realm, she did not intend not to use sword intent. Even if she was in the second realm, she did not even touch the threshold of sword intent. Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com. Lu Chaoga didn't care. He knew that Li Nanwei currently had an obvious weakness. Jianzuan had already seen this weakness, but he didn't say it. If you don't say it, it must have a deep meaning. Li Nanwei didn't realize this weakness until Yu and Li Nanwei fought together, and Yu, who had improved by leaps and bounds, defeated Li Nanwei. It was also from then on that she felt that her younger brother had grown up. Really grown up. The love between the two slowly began to show signs of being. In that duel, Lu Chaoga watched the video recorded by the players in the forum. After the duel, Jianzun also commented on it in person. Therefore, Lu Chaoga knew exactly where Li Nanwei's loophole was. If there is a loophole, use it. To face her loopholes, use your sword. Gung position. Lu Chaoga said silently in his heart. The Lu Chao singers, not too late, crossed a strange arc in the air, and in the snow-white sky an ink-colored airflow was generated, as if a stroke was drawn directly on the white scroll. This stroke is very freehand and very eye-catching. Ink and Bai Shui blended together, and then both disappeared without a trace. After the two swords clashed, the two who had just moved forward passed by. A draw? Li Nanwei did not expect such a result. But her consciousness has been shrouded in the entire ring, and she immediately discovered the abnormality on her body. She raised her left hand and gently touched her soft and slender waist. One thing is missing here. She looked back in surprise, only to see Lu Chaoga with his back to her, raising his right hand. Miss Nanwei, you dropped something. Between his index and middle fingers was a small wooden sign. Chapter 67. 67. Oh, woman. Li Nanwei looked at the wooden sign between Lu Chaoga's fingers and breathed for a while. Then, she raised her big sword and said with a sword salute, I lost. With that sword just now, her waist card dropped. She didn't know whether Lu Chaoga kept his hand in the end. If not, she only lost a little, but if so, it proves that the sword just now can hit her hard. Why? Li Nanwei's doubts filled her chest and were about to overflow. She didn't understand why her sword would lose to Lu Chaoga's sword. Li Nanwei could see that Lu Chaoga's sword intent was very mysterious, but his own was not bad. What's more, although she has suppressed the realm to the second realm, her consciousness cannot be suppressed, which means that her responsiveness and insight are far superior to Lu Chaoga. Moreover, she is older than Lu Chaoga, and has practiced longer than him. In terms of swordsmanship, her attainments are also higher than Lu Chaoga. In other words, her skill level is higher. If it weren't for Lu Chaoga's advantages, it would be the power of water. When Li Nanwei broke through the first realm, she was not fortunate enough to be favored by the power of heaven and earth, so she did not have a spiritual enlightenment. Wait. A detail flashed across Li Nanwei's mind. When Lu Chaoga appeared just now, the arc of the sword energy was very strange, which made her feel uncomfortable for a while. Gung position. Gung position. Li Nanwei understood. It's her own problem. Her sword move has an inconspicuous but fatal loophole. In this position, if the other party finds this hole, they will naturally be able to pierce everything. Li Nanwei took a deep look at Lu Chaoga. If she said that she was curious about Lu Chaoga before, she now has a hint of admiration. Did he see my weakness from the very beginning? Li Nanwei couldn't believe it. Perhaps, this handsome young man in front of me has more attainments in swordsmanship than I imagined. Li Nanwei raised the sword again, placed the sword in front of him, and said solemnly, been taught a lesson. Under the arena, the onlookers of the Momin eating melons had different ideas. Except for Xiaoqiu, the three people saw Li Nanwei salute again, and only after a few breaths did they realize what was going on. The head seems to be pointing at her. With the cultivation of the second realm, he directed the daughter of the dignified swordsman. Incredible, simply incredible. On the other hand, Xiaoqiu is different. She is still young and her thoughts are very simple. In addition, this little girl's brain circuit is relatively straight, and there is only one very simple and pure idea in her heart: the head teacher is the best in the world. Hee hee. Xiaoqiu, who pouted his little butt, smiled crookedly, and felt honored that he was the nephew of the master's uncle. She has decided that she must learn from the master in every aspect. Even if her master gave her a face-to-face order and strictly forbade her to learn from the master, she would not care about it. I, Xiaoqiu, want to become the second master and uncle. In the ring, Lu Chaoge looked at Li Nanwei and said indifferently, no need to be too polite. This is equivalent to the sound of learned. Holding the wooden sign, he used the special item replica coupon early. At this moment, an identical wooden sign is lying quietly in his backpack. But there is a progress bar reading, showing that the copy has not been completed. The progress bar is slow, and it is estimated that it will take several days to copy. It all happened quietly and unnoticed. Lu Chaoge raised his right hand and gently threw the wooden sign to Li Nanwei. As if nothing had happened, as if he did not pay attention to this simple wooden sign. Li Nanwei took the wooden sign with both hands. Seeing that it was not damaged, she breathed a sigh of relief and seemed to attach great importance to it. Hey, Miss Nanwei, is there anything unusual about this wooden sign? Lu Chaoge asked along the way. Li Nanwei nodded and said, to be honest, with the head of the road, this wooden sign is indeed unique. For some reason, it cannot be stored in the magic treasure, so I carry it close to my body. As she said that, she rubbed the wooden plaque with her fingers and said with a smile, this wooden plaque was obtained from a ruin related to Tianni. When I went down the mountain this time, it should be left by Tianni. A small object in the world. In addition to being unable to be included in the storage magic, it also has the effect of meditation. It's interesting. Lu Chaoge said lightly, as if he was not very interested. It seems that he has no idea about Tian Dao. Li Nanwei smiled and said, although this wooden plaque is not very useful, junior brother Yu Yu has always been very interested in Tian Dao, and also likes to collect some small objects of Tian Dao that have been passed down in the world. I thought of giving it to him after returning to the sect. Lu Chaoge nodded, thinking in his heart, so that's the case, no wonder this wooden sign was later in Yu Yu's hands. It's just, what's the matter with your smile so kind? You really treat Yu Yu like a child now. Li Nanwei made him feel like an adult on a business trip, bringing snacks or toys to the little kids at home when he got home. Lu Chaoge couldn't help sighing in his heart. It seems that the relationship between the two is still very weak. At present, it is completely a family relationship, but it seems that the family relationship has deteriorated in the later stage. Hello, Yu Yu, you are actually a sister-in-law. If Yu Yu had a crush on Li Nanwei now, would this wooden plaque still be considered a token of love? Lu Chaoge shook his head and stopped thinking about it. For this wooden sign that should belong to Yu Yu, Lu Chaoge has no intention of being greedy for ink. The reason is very simple, Yu Yu is his little brother, he can be considered as a child, don't ruin the good fortune and chance of others. In his conception, practice is not absolutely selfish. Life is the greatest practice. And how to live is very important. Lu Chaoge has his own code of conduct. Secondly, Yu Yueben is the protagonist of the world. Many plot lines depend on him to start. He bears a huge mission and responsibility. As for Lu Chaoge, isn't it fragrant to let the little brother be the tool man and be the boss behind the scenes? What's more, according to Lu Chaoge's understanding of this wooden sign, one of the effects is quite interesting. Because of this effect, he feels that Yu also needs a wooden sign. Therefore, even though he was very rude to Yu Yu and slapped his head crooked at every turn, in fact, he still pampered this handsome and beautiful little brother very much. After Li Nanwei hung the wooden sign on her waist again, she began to say goodbye to everyone in Momin. I was still discussing and saying goodbye in a blink of an eye. This is actually the norm in the Qingzhou cultivation world. No one will feel rude, but will feel comfortable. Because it is obvious that the other party is in a hurry to go home and retreat. Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com seems to have come to an understanding after learning from each other. Li Nanwei is a sword idiot. Now that he has discovered the loophole that he has missed, he is dedicated to filling it. Lu Chaoga naturally didn't hold back. Although this crazy woman seems normal, at the moment, he is still afraid of causing unnecessary trouble. Remember to say hello to Lord Jianzun for this seat. Lu Chaoga remembered. As he said goodbye, he felt that he should have a sense of presence in Jianzun's place. After all, Yu, as Jianzun's only sword attendant, often talked about the mysterious senior brother. But Jianzun doesn't know his name, and he doesn't know what sect he is from. So he can't increase his reputation through him. However, since Li Nanwei already knew that she was the mysterious senior brother, and now she has been instructed by her, she must have disclosed her information to Jianzun, then, the reputation value can skyrocket. As Lu Chaoga thought about it, the corners of his mouth rose, feeling happy. Okay. Li Nanwei agreed, and after saying goodbye to everyone, she left in the air. After the guest of Li Nanwei left, Mo Min fell back into the peace and tranquility of the past. As time went by, Lu Chaoga would look at the reputation value every day, and there was no sign of it going to skyrocket. He was a little puzzled. Why? Do the true disciples of this sword sect have any problems? With the passage of time, Lu Chaoga gave up completely, thinking about whether to go to Jianzhong to kick the hall one day, and beat all the true disciples. Again, I don't see whether the reputation value will rise. Oh, woman. And just when he was upset, a system alert sound came from his ear. Ding. Copy completed. Chapter 68. 68, The Fetters of the World Protagonist. Qingzhou, Sword Sect. Yu sat cross-legged outside a wooden house, protecting Li Nanwei, who was in retreat. Senior sister returned to the sect a few days ago, and after chatting with herself in a hurry, she went to meet Lord Jianzun, and then began to retreat. It stands to reason that Jianzhong is very safe, and there is no need for Yu to protect the law when he is closed in his own sect. No one could hurt his only daughter under Jianzun's nose. The reason why Yu is here is actually to find a reason to block the door. The reason is very simple. Li Nanwei threw a word at him after returning to the sect. Junior brother, I know who the mysterious senior brother you are talking about. In just a few words, Yu felt unbearable. Senior sister Nanwei went down the mountain, this time to meet brother Chaoga? What happened to them? Brother Chaoga, have you mentioned me? What state is he in now? The more Yu thought about it, the more upset she became, so she simply sat in front of Li Nanwei's house and waited, and forced herself to calm down and not think too much. Finally, Yu felt that the temperature around her had dropped a little. Although it was spring, it was as if she had seen white snow. This is Li Nanwei's sword intent. Senior sister is out. Yu quickly got up and looked towards the door. The wooden door opened automatically, and Li Nanwei walked out slowly, with a satisfied smile on her face. The loopholes are filled, can you be satisfied? This is the first time Yu has seen Li Nanwei smile. For men, a woman's smile with a satisfied look has a different kind of charm. If this ray of satisfaction comes from oneself, it can inspire an endless sense of pride. I'm great. Yu only felt a little dazed, her heart swayed slightly, but she couldn't help but want to slap herself. Why are you standing there? Asked senior brother Chaoga. The handsome and beautiful young man hurriedly stepped forward and saluted. I wish you senior sister's exit. Li Nanwei nodded slightly, took off the wooden plaque tied around her waist, and threw it to Yu. Junior brother, here, it's for you. Yu Yu caught the wooden sign with both hands and looked down for a few times. Only to feel that this small object looked antique, although simple, it had a unique charm. This thing was obtained by the senior sister in the ruins of Tiandao, and it is not very useful. I know that you like to collect these small objects, so I will bring it back to you. As she said that, she also pointed to the lanyard of the wooden sign. Look at this lanyard, it was broken once a few days ago, and the one I retied was cut off by your unforgettable senior brother Chaoga. Really? Yu Yu heard the words, and immediately and solemnly tied the wooden sign around her waist, and reached out to touch the broken part of the rope. At this moment, he can confirm that senior sister has indeed seen Lu Chaoga. Otherwise he would not have called him by name. Anne. Yu Yu looked at Li Nanwei and asked, have senior sister and senior brother Chaoga discussed with each other? Brother Chaoga, what level of cultivation is he now? What is his level of kendo? Can sword intent be refined? Listening to Yu Yu's series of questions, Li Nanwei was stunned for a moment. Then quickly waved her hands and said, yes. You can stop me, can't you ask them one by one? It was only at this time that Yu Yu realized that she had lost her temper. She lost her usual calmness. She immediately took a deep breath and calmed down her emotions. Li Nanwei stopped teasing him, found a bench to sit down, and patted the seat next to her, motioning for Yu Yu to sit down. The two sat outside the house like this and started chatting for half an hour. It stands to reason that Li Nanwei did not have much contact with Lu Chaoga. And there were not so many stories to tell. However, Yu Yu asked very detailed questions, so Li Nanwei had to state a series of details. Yu Yu almost trembled with excitement when she heard that Lu Chaoga's sword destroyed Mangfang's sword heart and turned around and left a sentence, don't practice swordsmanship, only to feel a surge of excitement. When he heard that Lu Chaoga had entered the second realm, he couldn't help but feel nervous again, feeling that time was not waiting for me. When he heard Lu Chaoga and Li Nanwei spar with each other, he was able to beat the senior sister, and he couldn't help but said in his heart, what a capable person can't, he is worthy of senior brother Chaoga. Half an hour passed by, and Yu Yu's mood was complicated for a while, and he even had the urge to go down the mountain immediately to visit senior brother Chaoga. But he quickly dismissed the idea. Compared with Lu Chaoga's rapid progress, Yu Yu felt that she made little progress. In the eyes of others, he is the flawless sword body, the favored son of heaven, and the one who left them far behind, but Lu Chaoga was chasing him too fast. It's less than 4 months before he broke through the first realm. Yu Yu calculated the time in her heart. At this moment, Yu Yu seemed to remember something. He sat beside Li Nanwei and asked, senior sister, did you mention senior brother Chaoga when you met Master Jianzuan? Li Nanwei nodded and shook her head again. She looked up at the sky, smiled and said, I didn't tell Daddy his name and Sect. I believe that one day, he will bring Daddy a great surprise. It's more interesting, isn't it? After she finished speaking, she blinked at Yu Yu. Yu Yu nodded in agreement. These treasure boys, we might as well hide first. On the other hand, Momin. After a deep sigh of resentment, Lu Chaoga closed the Reputation interface and made up his mind that he would blow Yu Yu's dog head next time they met. I'll hit you with a crooked head. A crooked head madman began to sneer. It was this stinky brother who took the lead in concealing his identity. After calming down, Lu Chaoga opened his backpack. In the backpack, the small wooden sign that has been successfully copied is lying there quietly. He directly took out the wooden sign, put it in the palm of his hand, and observed it carefully. It was exactly the same as the one on Li Nanwei's body, without the slightest difference. From today onwards, I am the 5th heavenly king among the 4 heavenly kings. Lu Chaoge smiled crookedly, feeling very interesting. Then, he instilled his divine consciousness into this small wooden plaque. In an instant, he felt as if he had entered a state of meditation, and the surrounding white space had entered a pure white space. I can come in too. Lu Chaoge was overjoyed. After withdrawing the consciousness, he left the space. After going in and out several times, Lu Chaoge got tired of playing. This is normal, most men are like this. After the enthusiasm passed, Lu Chaoge was ready to officially do something else. The reason why Li Nanwei said that this wooden tablet only has the effect of meditation is because she doesn't know that this wooden tablet has a small effect. Lu Chaoge thought to himself. It is also possible that she cannot enter this pure white space. In fact, this pure white space has other wonderful uses. Just imagine, in the huge Tianxian realm, the 4 protagonists of the world come from different big states. They are often far apart. At such a long distance, the transmission of divine sense cannot be achieved, and it also takes time to transmit a book with flying swords. Then, how to establish a bond? Pull a group. The chat group is so wonderful, the people in it speak nicely, and the driving skills are good. For players, group chat is a very simple thing, they only need to add friends to each other, they can pull the group. But for the natives of the profound sky realm, this is an unimaginable and extremely miraculous thing. And this little wooden sign can do just that. It allows the 4 protagonists to communicate with each other, referred to as divine intercourse. With this layer of connection, the 4 world protagonists will eventually come together. Today, the 4 heavenly kings ushered in the 5th heavenly king. If I remember correctly, from the perspective of the timeline, except for you, the other 3 should also get the wooden cards. Lu Chaoge thought. Li Nanwei had returned to the sect for several days, and if nothing else happened, the wooden plaque should be given to Yu. But to be on the safe side, Lu Chaoge decided to wait a few days. This is the overall view of the chosen son. A few days later, Lu Chaoge, who couldn't hold it in any longer, picked up the wooden sign on his waist, "Go to your mother's big picture." In any case, ordinary people can't enter this pure white space. He instilled his spiritual consciousness, and after being in the pure white space, he did 2 things with one heart, and wrote lightly on the wooden sign with his index finger. Following his movements, writing appeared in the pure white space. In the 4 places in the profound sky realm, the wooden plaques hanging from the waists of the 2 men and 2 women shook slightly. The young cultivators who noticed the strangeness took down the wooden sign and put it in their hands. Based on the habits of the cultivators, they began to use their spiritual sense to check the wooden plaque that was suspected to be from Tian Dao. When the consciousness swept over, they were immediately placed in a pure white space. And just above this pure white space, black writing is floating. Chapter 69. 69th, Suspected Qingdi Inheritance. After Yu introduced divine consciousness into the small wooden sign, she sensed a pure white boundless space. At this moment, the black writing floating in the sky was so conspicuous, and it brought him endless shock. Under the sky, the power of one person is close to Tao. Yu looked at these 12 words, only to feel that her breathing became rapid. This is Heavenly One. As a lover of ancient culture, Yu has always been interested in the super class, Tian Dao, in ancient times, so how could he not understand the deep meaning of this sentence? This is the Qing Emperor. According to legend, after the death of Emperor Qing, he left a legacy, but no inheritor has appeared so far. Yu's right hand holding the small wooden sign trembled slightly, and an Unbelievable thought emerged in his heart, could this be the legendary Qingdi inheritance? Impossible, there is no such good thing in the world. Yu felt that she was thinking too much. Qingdi inheritance, how can you get it so easily? You must know that there are rumors that the Qing Emperor is the #1 powerhouse in the ancient times, and is the most likely existence to transcend the 9th realm. If you have to say whether there is someone in this world who is broken through the shackles of the 9th realm, then this person must be the Qing Emperor. Before experiencing the catastrophe of the ancient times, there were many amazing people in the profound sky realm. Today, the 9th realm has become an unreachable realm, and in that era, each of the 5 disciples of the Qing Emperor was a power of the 9th realm. Even the disciples are in the 9th realm, so the strength of Emperor Qing can be imagined. Yu looked at the handwriting in the pure white space, and her eyes stayed on the inscription of this sentence. Is this a code name? Yu couldn't understand. At the end of this sentence, it is marked with, None. Momin, Dan Qingfeng. After Lu Chaoge wrote this sentence, he fell into a brief silence. None? He didn't expect this label. Is the wooden sign numbered? He thought to himself. Could it be that because this wooden sign was copied, it was an extra piece? So it was marked with, None? According to the plot excavation of Tiangshuanji in the previous life, players already know that there are fetters and connections between the 4 world protagonists. In the early stage of the game, the 4 world protagonists were basically active in their own big states, separated by thousands or even thousands of miles, but there seemed to be a close connection between the 4 of them. In the middle of the plot, with the development of the plot and some hints given by the system, players learned that the 4 world protagonists had a chat group. They turned out to be netizens. Therefore, the first meeting of the 4 world protagonists was also dubbed by the sand sculpture players as the network rush. However, the players do not know the specific content of the protagonists' chat group. Therefore, Lu Chaoge can only say that he has only a limited understanding of all this. He lowered his mind and continued to fool the mystery on the wooden sign. No, you wait, are you already awake? Perhaps someone's hands were shaking at the moment, their consciousness was immersed in the pure white space, and their fingertips accidentally crossed the center of the wooden sign, and a new black handwriting appeared above the pure white space. Huang, 1. Looking at the code name, Lu Chaoge couldn't help but be stunned. Hey, this code name is amazing. At the same time, he has a feeling of returning to his previous life. There is that kind of at all members in the group, saying that if you receive a reply, please reply, and a group of sand sculptures replied, 1. Lu Chaoge didn't know which of the 4 world protagonists this guy was code named Yellow, but it was obvious that this person should have discovered the little secret of Mu Pai. A new handwriting appeared in the sky. Huang, I just need to write on the wooden sign, and I can pass the book. With Your Excellency? In the middle of this sentence, there was an obvious pause. It was obvious that this guy with the code name, Yellow, didn't know what to call Lu Chaoge. For a while. To be honest, anyone who is stunned will feel that the scene in front of them is both magical and strange. In addition to excitement, there must be tension and vigilance. Lu Chaoge had expected this for a long time, so he chose this way of appearing. Don't think that there will be no telecom fraud in the 22nd century. Lu Chaoge has seen all kinds of routines. Although he has not been fooled, he has seen a lot, and naturally he will learn it. Looking at the handwriting that appeared in the air, Lu Chaoge said in his heart, this guy still thinks he is talking to me one-on-one privately? It's normal to have such thoughts, after all, these 4 guys definitely haven't figured out the situation yet, and they're not like Lu Chaoga, standing in the perspective of God. Therefore, it is not surprising that this, Huang, felt that he was the only one who was invited into the pure white space. Lu Chaoga continued to write on the wooden sign. None, the other three have awakened? He did not directly reply to this, yellow, but wanted to blow up the other 3 diving parties, first blowing up the wave fish. At the same time, his words will give the 4 people an illusion. 4 people? So there are 4 people? How many people does this mysterious man know? Did he pull us in through supernatural powers? What a terrible power this is. After a few breaths of time, a fish finally took the bait. This man followed suit, and tentatively wrote the word 1. Soon, the other 2 turned into follower dogs, and 3 1 characters appeared in the air, one after another. Lu Chaoga's mouth twitched slightly, and he couldn't help saying in his heart, sure enough, the essence of human beings is a repeater. At this moment, Lu Chaoga also understood the 4 code names of the 4 wooden plaques: Tian, Earth; Xian, Yellow. The word yellow is always weird when you pick it up by itself, but if you put it in, it will make you feel less disobedient. Lu Chaoga nodded secretly. These 4 code names reminded him of a TV series that he had done archaeology in his previous life, called Number 1 in the World, which also contained these 4 code names. At this moment, he couldn't figure out what the 4 world protagonists were thinking, or what emotions they were in. But he himself has mature plans. Soon, it was still this, Huang, who continued to write. He didn't know whether this person was more simple, or whether he was more impatient. Huang, I don't know what your name is. Lu Chaoga looked at these direct words, Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com, couldn't figure out who this person was for a while. He did have a certain understanding of the protagonists of the 4 worlds. And he felt that he could find out who the 4 codes were through chatting. But in his impression among the 4 world protagonists, it seems that there is no such simple person. Therefore, either the other party is pretending to be so, or it is because of the time issue. Yes, time is also a big issue. In the early stage of the game, the identity of the world's protagonist was not publicly disclosed, and when it was approaching the middle stage, the identity was announced. At that time, the 4 of them were already great practitioners, and they were much older than they are now. People's personalities will change, and the 4 people today are not necessarily the same as they were back then. Take Yu as an example. The current him and the person Lu Chaoga remembered in his previous life were completely 2 people. Of course, Yu's personalities are inconsistent, and there may be Lu Chaoga's credit. After all, childhood affects one's life. As for his true identity, Lu Chaoga did not intend to announce it. He's just dragging, not stupid. The 5 words Momin Road Chaoga also have influence on Yu, and the other 3 may have a big question mark in their hearts. Who is this person? Doing this will not bring any benefits to Lu Chaoga, and it may also be because of the appearance of the 5th Heavenly King, the well-known and popular group of Tiangshuanji. The 4 Heavenly Kings will be disbanded in place before they form a group. Therefore, he sat cross-legged, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and his index finger wrote on the wooden sign. No, you can call me None, guide the way. Chapter 70. 70, Advanced Style. Guide? Yu looked at these 3 words and fell into contemplation. Since it is a guide, what path is the other party trying to lead us to? For today's adventure, the young Yu didn't know how to solve it for a while. He is still young. However, he didn't have much trust in this so-called guide. This man appeared out of nowhere, and it was suspected that through some earth-shattering means, he was pulled into that mysterious space, and he could Communicate remotely. In his opinion, this is too terrifying. The reason is very simple, because he is currently in the Sword Sect. How did the other party do such miraculous things under the eyes of Jianzuan and the sect master without being noticed? This is not common sense. Could it be that the opponent is stronger than Sword Sovereign? That would be scary. At the same time, his heart was struggling and hesitating. Because the other party informed Yu and others after introducing their identity, they were selected by chance. To put it in an anime-like way, it's, child, you have been chosen by the world. Then, it seems that this wooden card cannot be returned to Li Nanwei. Because from the perspective of the other party, Li Nanwei was not the one who was chosen, this was not her chance, it was not her destiny. But why me? Yu was at a loss for a while. He is indeed a once-in-a-thousand-year, flawless sword body, a real favored son of the heavens, and the only sword attendant of the Sword Sovereign, a leader among the true disciples of the contemporary sword sect. However, if it is really related to Tianyi, and if it is really selected, isn't senior brother Chaoga more qualified than me? Yu had such an outrageous thought in her heart. Because the other party is too mysterious and suspected to be very powerful. The young Yu does not have much sense of security in her heart. But it was related to Tian Dao. In ancient times, it was probably a great opportunity, and he didn't want to pass it by easily. He had an inexplicable interest in Tian Dao, and he also had endless reverence for Emperor Qing. And the senior sister also said that this wooden plaque was obtained from a ruin somewhere in the Tian Dao, so it is almost certain that this is something related to Tian Dao. How could anyone not desire this kind of creation? How could anyone not be moved? Therefore, after hesitating again and again, he decided to wait and see what happened and not tell Lord Jianzuan about it. After all, from the current point of view, I can't feel the hostility of the other party. With the astonishing means of this guide, Your Excellency, if you want to do something to yourself, isn't it easy? Of course, he will still be cautious. Yu always remembered the teaching Lu Chaoga taught him when he was a child. The heart of harming others is indispensable, and the heart of preventing others is indispensable. I can't trust him yet. Yu thought. Yu lowered her head and glanced at the wooden sign in her hand, and her eyes stayed on the break of the rope, which was cut off by Lu Chaoga's sword energy, and Yu tied the knot again. If senior brother Chaoga encountered such a situation, what would he do? Yu thought. On the other hand, Lu Chaoga has evolved from jerky at the beginning to skilled. These four people have never experienced the online dating mode, and Lu Chaoga is very familiar with them. And in the 22nd century, there are more internet pretense than in the 21st century. In reality, one may be better than another, but on the internet, it is called an able-bodied person. No way, in the 22nd century, involution is even more serious than in the 21st century, and it has a tendency of class solidification. It's getting harder and harder for a lot of people to get ahead. Therefore, many people will choose to find spiritual comfort on the internet. Give yourself a fake identity suitable for pretending. Of course, this is also one of the reasons why major games are so popular. For many people, Tiangshuanji is like a second life. Many people are addicted to it, unable to extricate themselves, and even some people can't distinguish between virtual and reality. After all, what can be done in reality, can be done in Tiangshuanji. Yes, all the things you are thinking about right now can also be done. Therefore, many players have said that they want to live in Tianxian realm. The singer of Lu Chao held a wooden sign, and after telling them not to tell others about it and not to give the wooden sign to others, he stopped typing. He is waiting. Wait for the one who jumps the most to question him. It is said that newborn calves are not afraid of tigers, and the foreworld protagonists are still young and have not yet matured. In addition, they are all the favored sons of heaven, they are loved by their sect masters, and they have not suffered many social beatings. Many people have their own pride, and even I don't know how high the sky is. Sure enough, as he expected, it didn't take a moment for a brave man to speak out first in a situation where he was uncertain. Tian, Lord Guide, since you said that we were chosen by you, do you really know anything about us, and how can we trust you? Looking at the black writing, Lu Chaoga raised the corner of his mouth and said, "What a young question, like a newcomer in the workplace who doesn't understand anything but thinks he is right." Obviously, this man is not stupid, and a little bit bad. What he said was not how I should trust you, but how we should trust you and force everyone into the water. The other three did not write down their handwriting either, and were obviously watching the changes. Lu Chaoga put his index finger on the wooden sign and wrote 4 characters. Sword, knife, gun, arrow. After these 4 words appeared, the group chat fell into a brief silence once again. Because the 4 words Lu Chaoga said are the magic weapons of the foreworld protagonists, they are Jian Xiao, Dao Xiao, Spear Xiao, and Arrow Xiao. The 4 of them were waiting to see if anyone else would come out to refute. But seeing that no one said anything, it means that what this guide said was accurate. Hiss. Terrible. It didn't take long for Lu Chaoga to see the new handwriting. Tian, Your Excellency the guide, it's my rudeness. Using his finger as a pen, Lu Chaoga wrote gently, the next example is not an example. The 4 of them all made up a serious and high-ranking face, and in an understatement, they said lightly words that brought great coercion to everyone, this is not an example. At the same time, according to the exclusion method, he first ruled out the possibility that this guy with the codename, Tian, was Yu Yu. After all, Yu Yu is someone who has been severely beaten by society since she was a child. He has a deep understanding of Lu Chaoga's tilting the head Dafa, and his temperament is no longer like this. He was straight when he was a child, but now he was bent by Lu Chaoga. Seeing that other people still choose to dive, Lu Chaoga continued to write. With his finger as a pen, my mission has been initially completed, you can communicate on your own, if there is something important, you can write down my name and I will get the induction, come here today. Writing here, he will not continue to write. This passage conveyed several pieces of information to the 4 of them, and the amount of information was huge. First of all, I affirmed once again that the 4 of you were chosen by me. This is my mission, but I will talk about it next time. Well, Lu Chaoga doesn't know what to do for the time being. Secondly, under normal circumstances, as a guide, I do not participate in group chats. You talk about yourself, I am not interested. If you have something, just at me, I will sense your call. And when I have something to do, I will naturally come out and talk to you. The breath of the superior is very heavy. Well, it is also beneficial for Lu Chaoga to peek at the screen. Pretend to dive.jpg. Now, 80% of these 4 people think that this guide brought everyone to this space with the power of terrifying spiritual consciousness. Yu Yu reading. www.sonicmtl.com. The wooden sign in our hands, what medium might it be? And the other party doesn't need a wooden sign, and communicates with everyone directly with spiritual sense. After all, this space may have been created by him. At this time, no one would think that this mighty might secretly spy on the screen. This is not in line with everyone's imagination of high people. They are all the favored sons of the heavens, the sects they belong to are big sects, and the masters are also the leaders of the cultivation world. They are very clear about the behavior of the masters. Such filthy things are disdainful to do by masters. At the same time, the four of them were all smart people, and they immediately knew how powerful this wooden sign was. Forget about the inheritance and secrets of Tian Dao, the remote communication function alone is very useful. Everyone may be scattered all over the world, which is conducive to information sharing. Another important point is that these four people are all true geniuses, and they all have their own pride. Therefore, from the bottom of their hearts, they will feel that they are definitely not ordinary people who can be selected by the guide alongside themselves. So, isn't an invisible network of relationships woven? And everyone is a genius, and many times they can communicate and discuss with each other. This wooden sign is simply amazing. Holding the wooden sign, Yu couldn't help but regret, it would be great if senior brother Chaoga was among them. In this way, he can communicate with senior brother Chaoga remotely. From the current point of view, the four world protagonists may have different ideas for the time being. And our Lu Chaoga, diving aside, has a ghost in his heart. In this way, the four thought that guide had left the group chat and began to communicate. P.S. Ask for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 71. 71. Let's face the base. 3 days passed in a flash, and Lu Chaoga would hold a wooden sign every day and go to the pure white space to peek inside the screen. After the four felt that guide had left the group chat, they were no longer as cautious as before. After all, the four protagonists of the world today are not very old, even the eldest, who are more than 100 young people like dogs, and are full of 100-year-olds in the cultivation world, also belong to the pink and tender newcomers. Lu Chaoga watched their group chat and found it very interesting. The four of them insisted on keeping secret, not revealing their true identities, but they tested each other. To be honest, compared to Lu Chaoga's obscurity, these four heavens chosen ones were already considered a little famous in the entire profound sky realm. Why is it just a little famous? It is because in the eyes of many senior practitioners, young talents are nothing unusual. The important thing is not to die halfway, and whether they can really grow up. In the practice world, there are many examples of blockbusters in the early stage, but the more mediocre the later. Of course, there are still many people who silently look forward to the talent that comes once in 1,000 years, like the four of them. Among the cultivators of the same generation, these four are very famous. In this circle, their names can be called thunderous. Therefore, as long as they disclose their names, they should have heard of each other. In response, Lu Chaoga could only shake his head and sigh. For example, during the first group chat, he would tell them generously, be on Momin Road Chaoga. Except for Yu Hui, who jumped 3 feet high and trembled with excitement. The other three must be full of question marks. Who is this person? According to the mechanism of reputation value, it does not mean that if someone else knows your name, you will be able to increase your reputation value. Therefore, this cannot bring any benefit to Lu Chaoga. Even if it is said that, in order to build momentum for Lu Chaoga, Yu revealed that she is the sword sect Yu, this Lu Chaoga is the senior brother I admire the most. Well, here comes the question, Yu still needs to prove that I am really Yu. Doing 7 and 8 in this way is troublesome and ineffective. Moreover, in the view of a certain son of heaven, he is indeed the role of guide. Did the four of you know that there will be a group of sand sculpture players calling themselves the fourth calamity coming to this world next? You don't know. The four of you know what major events will happen next, and how much turmoil will the profound sky realm usher in? You don't know. Do the four of you know how much responsibility you have on your shoulders, and what to do next? You still don't know. Since you don't know anything, just follow in this seat's footsteps. It's the same sentence, follow me, I will have a bowl of rice to eat in the future, and you will have a bowl to wash. After Lu Chaoga exited the pure white space, he put the wooden sign in his arms. During these 3 days, perhaps these 4 people were in awe and a little vigilant towards guide, but no one at him. Lu Chaoga is also happy to dive silently to peep at the screen and observe. .jpg in secret. It's just that after these 3 days, he still hasn't figured out the code. Names of the 4 world protagonists. He didn't even know which Yu was. It's weird, could it be that this kid Yu also has 2 faces in reality? And on the internet? Lu Chaoga felt a little confused. Lu Chaoga only excluded Tian, and felt that Yu's code name could not be Tian, that's all. He thought that he knew enough about Yu, although this person was not the one who slapped him with shit and pee, but he also tilted his head all the way. And grew up with a lot of love. But why among these 4 people, none of them look like Yu? Let's talk with 2 faces like this. Wait until the moment you face the base. It's your large social death scene. On the other side, Jianzong. After chatting a few more words in the group, Yu withdrew. This codename is really good. Yu smiled slightly. Among the 4 codenames, this was his favorite. The moon hangs in the sky. After 3 days of group chat, Yu's reverence for Lu Chaoga deepened. Because he was deeply influenced by Lu Chaoga since he was a child, he was instilled with a lot of messy ideas. He found in the group chat that many of the teachings of Brother Chaoga are of great practical value. He is very confident, even if he is standing in front of the other 3 people at the moment. The 3 of them will never imagine that he is the Tian, who speaks recklessly in the group chat, runs with his mouth in front and his head behind. This wave is stable. At the same time, he finds it really fun to chat with another face, and he can be more wanton and indulgent. At this moment, Yu doesn't know yet, and the other 3 have the same emotion. Only Lu Chaoga is already looking forward to the day when the base goes offline. Time is like an arrow, and the sun and the moon are like shuttles. The days without pretense always pass by in a flash. After counting the time, it's time to go to the demon clan to worship and suck the head of the willow on the moon, people about after dusk. When night fell, Lu Chaoga walked out of his bamboo house and walked towards the lonely grave. Just as he came to the lonely grave, he saw the blue smoke already floating and dancing in the air. Qin Yan twisted and twisted, with the excitement of waiting to be fed. I just don't understand, is my blood essence so delicious? Or is it of great use to you? Lu Chaoga said as he took out the blood needle from the ink ring. Qin Yan floated forward, stopped very close to Lu Chaoga, and stared at his fingers. It looks like a kitten waiting eagerly for its owner to feed. Lu Chaoga always felt that this worshipper not only had problems with his memory, but also his mind was not right. He probably hurt his brain before. This is really awesome. Blood needle pierced into the fingertips, and the next moment, a violent sense of weakness swept through the whole body. Lu Chaoga's brain was blank. And he immediately entered the saint mode of no desire, and even wanted a cigarette. Essence blood dripped, and Qin Yan immediately wrapped it up, and then got involved in the interior of the tomb, sucking it clean and not leaking a single trace. The green smoke floated up again, like seaweed rippling in the sea, looking at it with a look of satisfaction. Lu Chaoga, who felt that his body was hollowed out, smiled crookedly, as if an old cow had collapsed, but looking at the perfect paddy field he cultivated, he was honored and proud. That's great. His voice was slightly hoarse than before, and he said, "Hey, I'm already in the second realm. According to the agreement, you should give me the third volume of Drinking Breath earlier." Qing Yan ticked down, Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com is like nodding. She didn't seem to be at all surprised that Lu Chaoga had broken through to the second realm so quickly. After a while, a jade slip suddenly appeared and hovered in front of Lu Chaoga. In this regard, Lu Chaoga has long been used to it. This demon worshipper may have such a bad memory that he can't tell where the jade slip is, so he has to look for it for a while each time, and he won't immediately take out the next volume of this drinking chi art. Lu Chaoga was exhausted and couldn't be bothered to move at all. But fortunately, the spiritual power in his body was still there, and when his mind moved, he controlled the jade slip and flew into his palm. He looked down at Yujin and lost a detection. According to the feedback given by detection, the third volume of Drinking Chi is still a mid-grade purple. In this regard, Lu Chaoga was slightly disappointed. But soon he laughed and said, "I'm too greedy. Purple-level middle-grade products are already unattainable, and his starting point is already very high. Can't expect Drinking Chi art to really be more powerful than the next, right? Going further up, that is the terrifying purple top grade." Perhaps seeing Lu Chaoga's thoughts, the blue smoke from the tomb looked forward, and then formed a word, for. Looking at the word, Lu Chaoga was slightly taken aback and said, "What do you mean? Are you talking about the fourth volume?" Qing Yan nodded. "You mean, the rank of the fourth volume can still be improved?" Qing Yan nodded again. Lu Chaoga lowered his head and glanced at the jade slip in his hand again. This time, he actually felt that this small jade slip was a bit heavy. P.S. Ask for a recommendation ticket on Monday, saying that today is the winter solstice. Happy birthday to Zia Lizy. Chapter 72. 72, Enemy. Volume 4, you can advance to the top purple level. Lu Chaoga took a deep breath and glanced at the lonely grave. The 31st generation head of my Momin, what kind of monster did I pick up when I went down the mountain and wandered around? You must know that among the 4 major sects, the purple level high grade exercises can be regarded as the treasures of the sect. And this guy who is lying in the coffin forever, seems to be hanging with only one breath, but forcibly boiled down the 5 generations of the head. How can he give this level of practice? And the condition is only 1 drop of blood essence every month. I really want to climb into the coffin now, lie down with her, and then sublimate the friendship. The status of this demon enshrined in Lu Chaoga's heart has risen steadily. And now he is on an equal footing with the kind-hearted Aunt Ning, and has become the person above him. There are 2 women on the head, rounding it up. Can it be regarded as the blessing of Chi people? After solemnly including the jade slip into the ink ring, Lu Chaoga took a deep breath and calmed down. After learning that he was at level 40, he was cultivating high-grade purple level exercises, and he was obviously more confident, and the smile on his face gradually became evil and maddening. Isn't this the chosen son? Lu Chaoga estimated that although the top-grade purple and his middle grade were only 1 grade apart, the improvement brought by them was definitely terrifying. When he changed from low-grade purple to mid-grade, the total amount of spiritual power in his body roughly doubled. Then, when you are promoted to the top grade, you should at least double it. Lu Chaoga felt that if Lu Chaoga in this previous life stood in front of him, he could beat him with 1 hand and 1 foot so that he couldn't laugh. Well, he has already used himself at the same time in his previous life as a unit of measurement. At this moment, Lu Chaoga raised his right hand weakly, then opened the ink ring, and took out 2 purple moon chapter from it. As soon as he saw the purple moon chapter, the blue smoke at the tomb, immediately looked forward. She seems to really love collecting this stuff, and is very interested in this little purple moon chapter. In this regard, Lu Chaoga was a little puzzled. But since she is in a state of amnesia, many memories have been lost, and she may not even know why she collects so many Ziyue chapters. Do you want it? Lu Chaoga raised the Ziyue zhang in Yang's hands. Qing Yan nodded immediately. Lu Chaoga smiled and said, if you like it, it's not worth the trouble to collect it. Well, it's mainly to collect purple moon chapters for her, and the promotion task is just incidental. Then I'll give it to you as a gift. Lu Chaoga said. He knew very well that the worship of the demon clan in the depths of the tomb still had a pure heart like a child. For her, if you give me a gift, then I will also give you a gift. Lu Chaoga didn't think she was an adult, she was just an expired child. Therefore, he will not mention the word transaction at this time, he regards it as an exchange. Lu Chaoga threw it lightly, and the green smoke rolled up the purple moon seal, then took the object from the air and disappeared. After a while, another jade slip appeared and fell into Lu Chaoga's palm. He lowered his head and lost a detection. Swordsmanship, sweeping the stars. Lower blue level. He now seriously suspects that this monster might have looted the transmission tower of a certain sect before he lost his memory. This high-quality treasure banshee must be hidden. If the group of sand sculpture players found out, they might be licking all the way, shouting, "Sister, do you still lack pets at home? I don't defecate anywhere." After Lu Chaoga put away his swordsmanship, he chatted a few times with Yaozu worship, and then left. He didn't rush back to the house, but went to Lu Dongli's bamboo house. After knocking on the door, Lu Dongli, who was wearing a thin shirt, opened the door soon. Since it was her brother visiting, she did not put on a robe. The thin shirt was knee-length, revealing the shapely and slender calf. Since she didn't wear shoes, a pair of white jade-like feet were exposed, looking very delicate. "Brother, come in and sit down," Lu Dongli said. Lu Chaoga nodded and walked into the house. The two were sitting very close, and he could smell the faint fragrance of Lu Dongli's body. "Just taking a shower?" Lu Chaoga asked. "Yeah." Lu Dongli nodded. She had just cleaned herself up when her brother went outside the house. After sitting down, Lu Chaoga took out 2 jade slips from the black ring. The previous, Qiu Chan, and the sweeping star, he just got. "Here, my big butler of Momin, these 2 swordsmanships are for you." Lu Chaoga smiled and handed the jade slip to him. He didn't plan to learn these 2 swordsmanships, and they were not worth his investment. "Yeah. The grades are not low." Lu Dongli's face showed surprise. "These swordsmanships are very suitable to be taught to the disciples." Lu Chaoga gave a crooked smile, and seemingly casually said, "It took a lot of effort for my brother to get them." The moonlight leaked under the forest, as sparse as remnant snow. Qinglong River, Passion Valley. A big snake with horns on its head was swimming fast. It seemed to have something in its mouth. This big snake is red in color, its scales are like flaming crystals, and its pupils are also dark red. Wherever it goes, there will be a certain amount of anxiety on the ground. It stands to reason that snakes are cold-blooded animals, but the heat around them rises like lava. This is a dragon beast. Flood beasts are also extremely terrifying existences among other beasts. Even the weakest flood beasts have a level higher than level 30, and most of them are in the 40s. It's just that this flood beast has obviously been severely injured. The 2 horns on its head, the right one is only half left. Judging from the scars, it is obvious that it was directly cut off by someone. The beast soon came to a cave, and after swimming in the cave, it came to a black-robed man. The man's skin was unhealthy pale, and his lips were red and purple, as if poisoned. He is tall, should be more than 1.9 meters, and his hair is very long and soft, which makes his whole person reveal a trace of femininity in the morbid state. The man who closed his eyes and rested his mind opened his eyes after the flooded beast came. One of his eyes has the same red color as the beast, and the other eye is hollow and blind. At the same time, he only has one right arm, and his left sleeve is empty, which is actually a one-armed man. There is still half a year, and it will be the triennial meeting of the ZUE Club. The man's voice was hoarse, counting the time. If I can switch to Dragon Tongue Jade at this gathering, my injury will be completely healed. He glanced at his broken arm with his one eye. At this moment, if he touched the wound of his broken arm with his right hand, he could still feel a distinct chill. That is the sword intent residue. It is precisely because this broken arm sword has sword intent which makes it more difficult for him to regenerate his broken arm, and he needs to gather some treasures from heaven and earth. Thinking of this, hatred flashed in the eyes of this demon cultivator. Momin. His voice was hoarse and cold, as if he hated this sect. If the couple had not fought to the death, he would not have been so badly injured. When I am completely healed, I will slaughter your entire family. Destroy your entire sect. The black-robed demon Shio gritted his teeth, Yu reading. www.sonicmtl.com then raised his right hand and lightly touched the horns of the beast. The beast opened its mouth wide, and it contained a baby girl. The baby was crying, and the black-robed demon Shio immediately picked her up. With a kind look on his face. Good, don't cry, don't cry. He coaxed the baby girl, showing love on his face, but his fingertips directly cut through the baby girl's delicate skin. He was really too ugly, and his disgusting face made the baby girl who recognized him cry nonstop, not to mention he hurt her. Seeing her like this, the black-robed demon Shio felt that the cry was really pleasant. After a long time, he was tired of playing and bit the baby girl's neck. In a moment, the baby girl shrank like a withered flower and turned into a mummified corpse. Yao Xiao stuck out his tongue and licked his purple lips with a contented expression on his face. In the profound sky realm, it is the norm for demons to cultivate cannibalism. And this demon cultivator, he is not only cannibal, he is also picky eater. He eats only clean virgins. If he is older than 10 years old, he will dislike it and think it is not tasty enough. And the cries of the virgins were like wind chimes swaying in his ears. If I remember correctly, the Jianshou couple from Momin seemed to have a son and a daughter? The demon cultivator, who licked the blood from the corners of his mouth, suddenly laughed. With his slender nails lightly hooked, he took out the baby girl's skull and put it into the bone mountain in the storage ring as a collection. This bone mountain, which is made up of thousands of skulls, is all the skulls of virgins. Their daughter should be more than 10 years old. I'm older. He showed disgust, but still decided to make an exception. The daughter of the enemy must taste very delicious, right? Chapter 73. 73, Momin 3 Senior Brothers. Inside the cave, the tall, but gloomy demon cultivator slowly got up. He reached out and touched the broken horn of the fled dragon, and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "Don't worry, if there are suitable treasures at the party, I will help you pay attention. For the beast, the horns are the essence. One of its horns has been cut off. And its strength has also declined greatly, and it has fallen directly from the fourth realm to the third realm. You are my only alien beast now. Yao Xiao looked at the beast with hatred on his face. He was highly valued by the top leaders of the Purple Moon Club and was recognized as the person with the most opportunity to be promoted to the fifth realm in recent years among the members of the same realm in the organization. For practitioners, there is a world of difference between the fourth realm and the fifth realm, and the same is true for demon cultivators. It's a pity that in the battle a few years ago, he was seriously injured and his cultivation has declined. He has been unable to make any progress in these years, and has been looking for a way to recover. Zaiwiwi is a demon cultivator organization, and it pursues the law of the weak. The high-level people no longer favored him, and the resources that should have been allocated to him were also given priority to others. That was something he had been greedy for a long time, and that person successfully entered the fifth realm with this thing. That should have been mine. At this point, he roared with a grim expression on his face. Incompetent fury. The terrifying coercion spread from his body, and he sometimes whimpered. Sometimes laughed wildly, like a schizophrenia. Momin. Wait until the end of the 3-yearly ZUM meeting, I will let you know. What is purgatory on earth? King Longquan, the periphery of Passion Valley. A young man with a wooden sword on his waist was squatting in front of a peasant woman. She's crazy. The boy whispered. The young man pinched the Dharma, a white light flickered on his fingertips. And then tapped the peasant woman's eyebrows. Heart-clearing mantra. He pointed at the tip of his finger, and the peasant woman calmed down a bit, then fell into a deep sleep. The boy stood up. He was very short, less than 1.6 meters. At his age, he won't grow any longer. He has been much shorter than his peers since he was a child, and there is a very obvious birthmark next to his left eye, which makes his ordinary face look a little ugly. Before the practice, the children in the town called him the dwarf melon or the clown. Fortunately, there is no water margin in this world, otherwise someone would definitely call him kindly, Dalong. The young man was wearing a blue robe with excellent workmanship, and an ink-colored long sword was embroidered on the sleeve. It is said that people rely on clothes, but in fact they still look at their faces and their bodies. A good-looking person looks good in a sack, and a bad-looking person wears everything like that. Even if she dresses very fashionably, it just changes from a simple frustration to a fancy one. This short boy is an example. He himself often sighed that the same clothes worn on the body of the master and the master would be like exile. And myself, like a thief who stole clothes. Fortunately, senior brother and I are half a caddy. The boy felt a little more comfort. He couldn't help remembering that the headmaster Zing said with a crooked smile, there is only one stone in the world for being handsome, and this seat occupies 12 buckets, and everyone in the world owes this seat 2 buckets. The word handsome has only been heard in the mouth of the headmaster, but he can probably understand the meaning of the word, and he yearns for it and wants to be a handsome person. Unfortunately, conditions do not allow. At this moment, the boy carried the peasant woman on his back and took her to the nearby village. He estimated that the peasant woman was from the village. From the crazy words of the peasant woman just now, he probably understood the situation. The peasant woman's daughter was lost, and her only daughter was lost. A huge monster took her daughter in one bite. The young man did not know that the peasant woman was frightened and foolish. Still too sad, leading people to go crazy. But he could probably guess something. The peasant woman looked quite old. At this age, in the village, she was considered an old woman. It is very likely that in the early years, the peasant woman was laughed at by the neighbors, saying that she was a chicken that could not lay eggs. The boy's mother also experienced the same experience, but fortunately, his mother gave birth to a son at the end, while the peasant woman was a daughter. In the village, patriarchy is still very common. This is indeed the case. In fact, many long-tongued women in the village laughed at her. After so many years, I can't give birth to a baby. With such a big butt, I thought it would be able to give birth. Heh, where is it for reproduction? It's not for a stinky man. Did that man in your family look at her big grinding disc? I don't believe it. The boy carried the unconscious peasant woman on his back and quickly ran towards the village. Because he was too short, this peasant woman was tall and slender, with round and slender legs. Even if he was carried on his back, his toes were not far from touching the ground. After bringing the peasant woman back to the village, she immediately attracted onlookers. The eyes of everyone looking at the young man are also strange, because this cultivator seems to be a little different from the cultivator they usually imagined. Are there such short and ugly practitioners in the world? In this regard, the young man has long been used to it, and he will not be displeased because of it. What he didn't like was that the peasant woman was heartbroken because of the loss of her beloved daughter, but her man didn't seem to think so. The expression and attitude of this man made him feel very uncomfortable. In the sect where the teenager is located, there is no phenomenon of preference for sons over daughters. On the contrary, there is still a bit of yin rising and yang declining. Just like his most revered master and uncle once said, if there is a group of Taoist companions in the future, he would prefer to have a daughter. The teenager's concern is, then I will have a junior sister again. The young master's focus is on a group of Taoist companions. Sister-in-law is a scary creature, and my brother actually wants to make a group of sister-in-law. This day is over. At this moment, after handing the peasant woman to her man, the young man with the wooden sword turned his head to look at Baixiangu. That big snake-shaped alien beast should be hidden inside. From the time point of view, the baby girl should not be saved. But the alien beast is likely to be dormant in the Passion Valley, which is a great hidden danger. From the peasant woman's upside-down nonsense, the boy probably knew that this was a Jiao beast. Especially after learning that one of the horns of this flood beast was broken, the boy's eyes froze suddenly. He remembered a past event in the sect. But at this moment, a huge red figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the village. Jiao beast. The boy's body trembled violently. It was the first time he had seen such a powerful alien beast, and the terrifying coercion gave him a sense of suffocation. The demon cultivator was hungry again, and he needed a new virgin to eat, so Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com sent the beast out to find food. After eating, he will leave the Passion Valley. His temperament now is more cautious than before. A few years ago, he almost fell into the sand at Momin, which left him with lingering fears. The villagers screamed one after another and started running around. The boy looked back and saw that the sleeping peasant woman was left behind by his man and lay behind him. He hasn't even broken through the first realm, and in front of the powerful Jiao beast, he is not much stronger than these villagers. The short boy stood in front of the peasant woman and took off the wooden sword from his waist. He couldn't help but think of what the headmaster said before everyone went down the mountain to travel. Wear the sword properly, and when you go down the mountain, you are the rivers and lakes. The world under the mountain is as dangerous as the master described. It's just that the master's stability, he didn't learn much. He only has one thought now: if I make the movement bigger, maybe I can disturb the surrounding sects. At that time, this flood dragon will be finished. He is just a very poor cultivator who is unsatisfactory in all aspects. Among his fellow students, he was the least promising. If the flooded beast in front of you is really the one that the master and the headmaster said, the little boy holding the wooden sword flashed a hint of determination in his eyes. The young man's name was Emo Dongfang, and he was the third among the contemporary disciples of Mo Min. He blocked the peasant woman, and the villagers behind him shouted loudly, and the spiritual power in his body surged wildly. He is also afraid, and he is also afraid. Only, I don't know what I am at the moment, but I'm a bit handsome as the sect master said. The ugly and short boy thought. Chapter 74. 74, Great Sage. Qingzhou, Mo Min. Lu Chaoga was tinkering with the refining technique outside his bamboo house. Before, Aunt Ning gave him a booklet, which recorded some exquisite gadgets and a set of artifact refining techniques. Lu Chaoga spent 10,000 experience points to upgrade this artifact refining technique to level 1. Due to his bad luck, the 2 attempts just now ended in failure. Yes, the refining tool is like a gamble, whether it is successful or not depends on the face. Of course, the higher the skill level, the higher the success rate. However, Lu Chaoga, like most players, always felt that this so-called success rate was false. Success rate refers to the average success rate of all players with the same skill level. Since it is an average, there must be some people who are European emperors and some people who are African chiefs. It's still a face-to-face. Is this 3.141596 opportunity fake? Lu Chaoga was speechless. Chance is equivalent to luck point. The simplest refining tool can end in double failure. He suspects that he should be a negative number. You are disrespecting the Son of Heaven. Lu Chaoga was so angry that his mouth crooked. The Mo Min is not as big as the big sects, and it wasted 2 pieces of refining materials. Lu Chaoga was still a little distressed. He understands that when the heavens are entrusted with the great responsibility of the people, they must first suffer their will and work their muscles and bones. But he didn't expect to be poor for so long. He is already in his 20s, and in a few years, he will not be worthy of shouting, "Don't bully the poor." What's more, it's not a problem to go to the kind-hearted Aunt Ning all the time. He is now waiting for the sand sculpture player to come and then make a lot of money. It's better to make money from fools. At this moment, a red exclamation mark suddenly appeared in front of Lu Chaoga's eyes, which was a prompt from the system. Lu Chaoga frowned secretly, and then clicked on the prompt. Soon, he got up and flew out of the mountain. Emo Dongfang, the third disciple of Mo Min, is in danger. Lu Chaoga was not surprised that the system would send a prompt, because he has the player's first response function, and after the player enters the sect, if there is a sect disciple killed in the surrounding area, there is a certain chance to trigger the assistance mission. Like Lu Chaoga's previous life, his master gun nun from Spring and Autumn Mountain encountered something, he triggered a mission, and then killed a group of young brothers who had paid for it all the way, and a wave of heroes came. Save the beauty, like to mention, favorability. Later, because the favorability degree was brushed too high, the phenomenon of jockey Jinzu almost occurred. This is also due to the fact that in his previous life, he simply regarded Tiangshuanji as a game, and did not produce the so-called deterioration of filial piety. When you are a master, you are a master. Why do you still think about sitting on the road with your younger brother? Hey, sultry is my hobby, temptation is your fault. In his previous life, he regarded the NPCs in the game as paper people. He thought it was just a bunch of data, and he had little interest. Of course, after crossing over, his mentality has already changed drastically. This piece of paper, this data, really fragrant. Can't destroy the original. At this moment, Lu Chaoge was given a coordinate at the system interface. And he flew quickly according to this coordinate, but he felt that he had more than enough power. Baixiangu. Lu Chaoge looked at this location and thought it was really far. He flew all the way from Momen, and it took a few hours. If it is really a matter of life and death, it will be cold enough for several hours. Lu Chaoge's heart tightened and he was worried about Mo Dongfang. Lu Dongli had accepted so many disciples. Among the male disciples, Lu Chaoge's favorite was actually Mo Dongfang. Although this child's talent seems to be the worst of all. Whether it is root bone or kendo qualification. This guy is worthy of the title of the third senior brother of Momin, and he only has 3 points. Compared with the new junior sister, Xiaoqiu, the round-faced chick without a waist is simply a world of difference, too ordinary. In the ancient times before the Qi training technique was born, Mo Dongfang's aptitude did not necessarily have the qualifications for cultivation. The only thing that is commendable is that this guy's opportunity attribute is very strange. Lu Chaoge through a detection in the past and the displayed value is? In this case, Lu Chaoge will see you again. And as he got along later, he probably understood why it was. Because this guy's luck is sometimes good and jet lag, when it's good, it's good, and when it's bad, it's just bad luck, it's two extremes. Mo Dongfang, I don't know if you are on the good side or the bad side. Lu Chaoge said in his heart. Passion Valley, in a small village. Mo Dongfang's sword energy was bluffing, with average formidable power, but it was extremely dynamic and could be felt by other cultivators across a long distance. It's just that he is too weak compared to the mighty flood dragon. He only had time to use a sword, and the whole person was hit by the tail of the beast, and then flew out. If it weren't for the magic pendant hanging on his neck, a golden light flashed around him, protecting him, and he would have been killed by the blow. Just now, instead of being seriously injured as he is now. At this moment, Mo Dongfang was protecting the peasant woman under his body. If he hadn't grabbed the peasant woman just now, the residual power generated by the blow of the beast could easily tear it apart and turn it into a blood clot. Even so, when the two fell out, the peasant woman was slightly injured, but it was better than dying. Mo Dongfang, who had suffered the blow of the beast, only felt that his whole body was falling apart, and there was nothing that didn't hurt. His eyelids were very heavy, but the wooden sword in his hand was still clenched tightly. The beast swam forward, bloodthirsty and indifference in its crimson eyes. For it, the flesh and blood of practitioners is naturally more delicious than that of mortals, and it is a tonic. But at this moment, a black light descended from the sky, and the flooded beast avoided it and fled for the first time. It sensed an extremely terrifying aura. The breath from the great practitioner. That black light was a long spear that fell from the sky. If Lu Chaoge saw it, he would feel very familiar and very pleasantly surprised. A cold voice came from above 9 heavens, cold. What kind of kid? Mo Dongfang, who was seriously injured on the ground, glanced at the black spear that frightened the beast, only to feel that the spear was full of terrifying coercion and violent killing aura. It seemed that he remembered the advice of his uncle, the short and ugly boy's mouth was full of blood, but he still endured the severe pain and said, Momin. Mo Dongfang. The cold female voice continued to come from a high altitude, still cold. Momin? Never heard of it. But you're fine, the voice said again. In fact, in the face of the beast, Mo Dongfang is indeed weak, but without him, this peasant woman will die. Mo Dongfang grinned, this short and ugly young man holding a wooden sword. Muttered in a low voice, "That's natural," the headmaster said, "I'm the most like the great sage." After saying that, he fell into a coma. Great sage? What great sage? The icy voice continued to come, but Mo. Dongfeng couldn't hear it for the time being. In a coma, he had a long dream. He dreamed of that year, that day, that place, and the pair of men and women. That year. Mo Dongfeng was born in Zhuli County, which is the small town where Lu Chaoga and his sisters lived for a few days when they were in Huafande. It was a peaceful afternoon, and he was playing with his peers in front of a small courtyard, and then bumped into the otherworldly-looking siblings. Coincidentally, the elder brother was telling a story to his birthday sister. And a group of little kids squatted on the side and rubbed the story. Lu Chaoga was talking about Journey to the West, which must be told by travelers, but it was just a magic revision. For example, the great sage Monkey King no longer uses a Rui golden cudgel, but a long sword called Rui, a sword cultivator. He changed it according to his own bad tastes, and as a result, whether it was Lu Dongli or a group of little brats who were eavesdropping on the side, they all listened with relish. Lu Chaoga stopped talking later, took Lu Dongli's little hand, and went into the house to eat pears. The little kids, including Mo Dongfeng, played role-playing games. It's just that Mo Dongfeng is small and has a birthmark on his face. Every time he plays the monster, he is chased by a group of children who claim to be the great sage of the sky with wooden swords, and he falls to the ground several times. Xiao Mo Dongfeng was sweating profusely from running, and there was a black spot on his leg. He looked aggrieved and said, "Every time you play the role of Monkey King, can you let me be once?" A little fat man with a wooden sword stood up, looked down at the short Mo Dongfeng and said, "No way. Look at your face, clowns and monsters, you should be a monster." There is never a shortage of children without family education in this world. And there is never a shortage of people who judge people by their appearance. Although childish words are innocent, they can also hurt people. Then I won't play anymore. Mo Dongfeng was downcast, his whole body drooping. If you don't play, don't play. Clowns and ape monsters. Little fatty, like a child king, made a face, and then greeted the other children, "Let's go. Let's go over there to play." Mo Dongfeng, who was alone, picked up a branch on the ground and used it as a small wooden sword. He came from a poor family and was brought up by his grandmother, so he could not afford a wooden sword as a toy. He imitated the appearance of the great sage Monkey King in the story, jabbed the ground with a twig, and then shouted childishly, "Land. Come out." A low voice sounded after him, "Cough, cough, who is calling the little old man?" Xiao Mo Dongfeng turned his head back in surprise, but saw that the man of peerless elegance was looking down at him, smiling crookedly. "I don't know if it's because of playfulness, or for other reasons," Lu Chaoga cupped his hands at him and said, "The little god pays respect to the great sage." Great sage? Me? Little Mo Dongfeng became more and more confused, not knowing what this good-looking brother was doing. Lu Chaoga had had enough fun, and seeing his questioning face, he said, "Little brat, let me ask you, who told this story?" Xiao Mo Dongfeng lowered his head, only to feel that this elder brother is very imposing, domineering, and weakly said, "Yes, it's you." Lu Chaoga continued to tug at the tunnel. "Then if I say, you are more like a great sage than them?" "Really? Really?" Mo Dongfeng raised his head, his eyes lit up. "What I say is what, understand?" Lu Chaoga walked behind him, Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com, patted his shoulder and waist hard, forcing him to raise his chest and say, "But I want to tell You, great sage monkey king doesn't keep his head down, nor does he if you are not confident like you, stand up straight. Xiao Imo Dongfeng immediately stood at attention, and there was some light in his eyes. Lu Chaoga smiled wickedly, leaned into his ear and said, little boy, I'll tell you another secret. Ah? Xiao Imo Dongfeng was stunned. I'm from a practitioner. After Lu Chaoga finished speaking, he raised his hand and waved in the air. And the branch in Imo Dongfeng's hand fell into his hand. When he moved his spiritual power, the sawdust flew, and he immediately carved a small wooden sword with the inscription, Rui, 2 words. That day is not the winter solstice, the Huafan day has passed, and Lu Chaoga can use the cultivation base. Well, I'll send it to you. Also, keep it a secret. After saying that, he walked into the yard without looking back. Xiao Imo Dongfeng held a small wooden sword with a confused expression, forgetting how he walked home. It's just that his shoulders are no longer drooping, and his waist is straighter than ever. A few years later, Imo Dongfeng's grandmother passed away, and Lu Dongli met him again on the Huafan day that year. For various reasons, he finally accepted him as his apprentice and became Luo Bing's junior and apprentice. Fate, amazing. Imo Dongfeng didn't know that after Lu Chaoga presented him with the wooden sword, when he entered the house, Lu Dongli asked him with a smile, brother, do you really think he looks like the great sage monkey king? Lu Chaoga didn't even think about it, and replied, you're kidding him, it's not like that at all. Lu Dongli beat him in anger. Lu Chaoga smiled crookedly, while avoiding his sister's beating, he said lightly in his heart, but it will be like this in the future. Chapter 75. 75, Stay safe, Master. When Imo Dongfeng woke up faintly, he found himself above the clouds. He felt soft and warm under him. Reach out and touch it lightly, and there is a fluffy touch. It was a huge flying bird with wings spread out over 15 meters. It is a bit like a crow, except that the feathers are not as dark as a crow, but closer to gray. Only the tips of the wings have black lines. This is Dark Crow? Imo Dongfeng recognized it. According to legend, this type of mount is expensive, and it eats an amazing amount of food. It does not eat ordinary things, but only spiritual fruit. Even if ordinary practitioners can afford it, they cannot afford it. Are you awake? A voice came, still cold. Imo Dongfeng wanted to get up, and then there was endless pain in his body. At this time, he remembered that he was seriously injured. He raised his head and looked forward, only to see a tall woman. She was wearing a simple black outfit, which brought out her snow-white skin. She is very beautiful, her facial features are particularly delicate, but she is as cold as frost. The woman glanced at Imo Dongfeng blankly. Imo Dongfeng only felt that this woman was like a human being, giving a strong sense of distance. Thank you for saving your life, senior. He wasn't stupid, and he naturally guessed that it was this woman who scared off the beast and saved himself. His injury has also improved to a certain extent. I think it was the female senior who fed him the elixir. The woman did not continue, just nodded slightly. Imo Dongfeng got up with difficulty, then sat down and cupped his hands. I haven't asked Senior Gao's name yet. The woman's tone was still flat, without the slightest fluctuation in her tone. Chuanqiu Mountain, Jiangxinyan. When Imo Dongfeng heard the words, he was stunned for a moment, but he didn't expect it to be the senior of Chuanqiu Mountain, one of the 4 major sects. No wonder the strength is strong, and a ray of coercion frightened the beast away. He heard from the master and the headmaster that Spring and Autumn Mountain is in the 4 major sects, which is rather strange To describe it with the special words spoken by the headmaster, that is, half of the disciples in this sect have paralyzed faces. The exercises practiced by Chuanqiu Mountain are quite special, and will bring a small side effect, that is, it will become cold noodles. His face was cold, and many people gradually became unsmiling. At the same time, there is another special feature of Chuanqiu Mountains exercises, that is, it can change people's desires. It will depress the practitioner's other desires, but will magnify one of them. For example, someone is belligerent, amplifying his desire to fight, but in addition to belligerence, his other desires will drop to freezing point. It's not that there is no desire, but that it will be colder than most. Therefore, many practitioners in Spring and Autumn Mountain seem to be very contradictory. Because one desire is infinitely amplified, they sometimes seem like people in temperament, but the rest of their desires are cooled down, and more often they seem to have no desires and no desires. Beg. It is such a sect. After the game's public beta, with the addition of sand sculpture players, the overall atmosphere and style of the door instantly became more bizarre. Mo Dongfeng asked, "Senior, I don't know that flood dragon." The tail ran away. Jiang Xinyan replied. She didn't say the specific situation, but she was able to escape from a great practitioner, thinking about it by some special means. At this point, the atmosphere became awkward again. Jiang Xinyan didn't seem to care about this. People in Spring and Autumn Mountain had a hard time chatting. There were too few things they were interested in, but most things made it difficult for them to have too many emotional ups and downs. Mo Dongfeng noticed at this time that Jiang Xinyan had a jade gourd in his hand. The jade gourd was only the size of a palm, but it contained heaven and earth. After being opened, there is a strong aroma of wine. It's spirit wine. Mo Dongfeng's eyes lit up. It's still top-quality spirit wine. I saw Jiang Xinyan began to drink alone, ton. Judging from the extent of her swallowing, she drank a large amount of spirit wine in one breath. This woman is an alcoholic. Her desire to be magnified is the desire of her tongue. Good wine, good food. Other than that, everything else is a little colder than ordinary people. Mo Dongfeng looked at Jiang Xinyan and said again, "Senior's life-saving grace." Mo Dongfeng will never forget. If he has the opportunity, he will definitely repay the senior. It's just that this beast has a lot of origins. With my sect, this matter is possible. It's about the demon cultivator. The junior must go back to the sect immediately and inform the head of the matter. He meant to say goodbye. Jiang Xinyan nodded slightly and said lightly, "Location." Mo Dongfeng was stunned for a moment, and then said the direction of Momin. I saw the dark crow turned around and started flying in the direction of Momin, obviously wanting to take him for a ride. In this regard, although Mo Dongfeng was a little embarrassed, he did not refuse. His injuries have not yet healed, and his journey will certainly not be fast. In addition, he has not broken through the first realm, temporarily unable to fly, and when he returns to Momin, it will be a few days later. And the dark crow travels thousands of miles a day is a small matter. If you fly with all your strength, it will be faster. Thank you, senior. Mo Dongfeng said again. Jiang Xinyan continued to look up and drink, ignoring him. She did have some appreciation for the young man with a wooden sword on his waist, but it wasn't enough to cause her to talk about sex. She was originally going down the mountain to relax, but she had nothing to do anyway, so she gave him a ride and stopped by to see what the little-known Momin looked like. Seeing that she didn't want to talk, Mo Dongfeng didn't make fun of himself. He sat down with his knees crossed, calmed down, and was surprised to find that his bottleneck had actually loosened. In other words, after experiencing the life and death just now, he can step into the first realm. On the other side, Lu Chaoga on a light boat was a little confused. The red exclamation mark on the previous system interface had disappeared. He took a look at Mo Dongfang's name in the list of sect members. The name was not gray, indicating that the boy was not cold and passed the difficulties safely. Run for nothing. Lu Chaoga began to fly back. But Mo Dongfang didn't die, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that this guy is currently on the side of good luck, Lu Chaoga said in his heart. For the disciples to go down the mountain to practice, what he worries most is Mo Dongfang, because when this person is unlucky, his luck is really bad. If he always feels that his life is not hard, he may die at any time. Lu Chaoga rode a light boat and flew towards Momin. After returning to the mountain gate, he went to his sister's bamboo house. Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com. When you have nothing to do, brother and sister can sit down and chat and drink tea. After arriving at the bamboo house, Lu Chaoga found that Xiaoqiu and Luo Bing were both there. Luo Bing was teaching Xiaoqiu, while Lu Dongli was guarding. Seeing Lu Chaoga coming, the three girls immediately got up and saluted. Xiaoqiu also tacitly smiled with Lu Chaoga. Luo Bing asked Lu Chaoga to take a seat like a little maid, and her enthusiastic appearance made Lu Dongli shout a few more evildoers in her heart. Take a rest, Lu Chaoga said. Yes. Xiaoqiu immediately said loudly she was already tired of studying. Cultivation is so hard, the round-faced chick feels that he has lost weight. After Lu Chaoga took out the spirit tea and the spirit fruit, Xiaoqiu held the spirit fruit in both hands and gnawed wildly. Her greatest sense of belonging to Momin now is that the food is really delicious. But she didn't drink spirit tea, it was bitter. After about half an hour, Lu Dongli suddenly looked up into the air. She has worked hard in the aspect of consciousness and is particularly sensitive. Lu Chaoga and the others followed her gaze and looked up. The youngest, Xiao Qiu, immediately opened his mouth and said, "Wow. What a big bird." Above the Momin, a huge dark crow is flying. Lu Chaoga looked at the dark crow, and gently shook his right hand holding the teacup, and ripples appeared in the spirit tea in the cup. This dark crow, he is familiar. He used to ride too. Above the dark crow, sits a man and a woman. Lu Chaoga's gaze passed directly over Mo Dongfang and stayed on the woman. The woman he was very familiar with and almost communicated deeply. "It's you, master. Long time no see, master."